I'll use it.
Here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she's going to be really good. All right. Call to order the meeting of our Common Council for Tuesday, December 2nd. Clerk?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. We have 11 members in the room and 11 members in the room, 12 members in Civic Clerk. Mr. Jolie is at home and he's attending the meeting virtually.
Very good. Thanks, Clerk. Now please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for an invocation offered by Alder Hutchison. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Alder Hutchison.
You may be seated. Thank you, Mayor. I have words by Robert Frost tonight. He was born a few years after the end of the Civil War. He lived until 1963. He was a poet laureate of the United States, assigned in 1958. This is a very short poem about woods, snow, and sleigh pulled by a single horse. And I always thought of this poem as a Wisconsin poem. He was in the Northeast, but so I consider it kind of a Wisconsin thing. And the reason I chose it brings kind of it'll bring probably a memory to you, maybe, that you've gone through in the dark, in the snow. And then it calls for action at the end. Okay, so it's not just a quiet poem. There's a call for action. It's called Stopping by Woods on a Snowy Evening. Whose woods these are, I think I know. His house is in the village, though. He will not see me stopping here to watch his woods fill up with snow. My little horse must think it queer to stop without a farmhouse near. Between the woods and frozen lake, the darkest evening of the year. He gives his harness bells a shake to ask if there is some mistake. The only other sound is the sweep of easy wind and downy flake. The woods are lovely, dark and deep, but I have promises to keep, and miles to go before I sleep, and miles to go before I sleep. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Alder. Now we are on to approval of the minutes. Motion to approve the minutes from the November 11th and the November 18th meetings made by Alder Prophet and seconded by Alder Stevens. Any changes there? Seeing none, all in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the minutes are approved. Approval of the agenda. Motion to approve made by Alder Presley and seconded by Alder Prophet. Any changes here? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is approved. Report by the mayor. Let's have a good meeting. That's it. Announcements. Alder Eck.
Thank you, Mayor. It's December, so it's that time of year. I just wanted to remind everybody that there are Christmas concerts at the Cup of Joy starting this Friday through December 19th. Every Friday, Saturday through Friday, December 19th. So check it out. There's a lot of really fun things, and a couple of them are like full family things, and they're really talented. So just that's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. It's across the street from the city of Green Bay, but we'll let it slide.
Oh, well.
Other announcements?
Yeah, Howard, right?
Other announcements? Seeing none. All right. On to appointments. Motion to approve the new appointments made by Alder Prophet and seconded by Alder Ritterbusch. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the new appointments are made. Reappointments. Motion to approve made by Alder Presley and seconded by Alder Stevens. Discussion here. Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and those reappointments are made. Now we're on to ordinances, second reading for adoption. Motion, motion to suspend the rules made by Alder Prophet for 1, 3, and 4. Seconded by Alder Presley. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor will say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, the rules are suspended for those items. Motion to adopt made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Presley. Discussion? Seeing none, we'll use the board.
You may vote. Alder Delete.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, those are adopted unanimously. That leaves item 2, Alder Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to motion to amend the single property dwellings from the recommendation of 50 feet to 60 or 6,000 square feet, where it would not require a CUP. Anything smaller than 60 feet would just, with lot width, I apologize, would require a CUP, ultimately just allowing us to review the site plan, make sure it fits for the neighborhood, the location, take everything into account before approving. Again, it doesn't mean it can't happen. It's just that there's a little bit more oversight before it does. So anything above or 60 feet and above can be developed, no questions asked. Anything below that would still look at reviewing it.
Seconded by Alder Eck. Go to Director Renier Wig for comments from the department.
I think that as staff, we would respectfully disagree with that decision of 60 to 50. We think 50 works in a number of situations. We've got a developer now working on 50s, and we'd like to keep it at the 50. So
Okay, thank you.
that'd be our opinion.
Discussion among alders. Alder Presley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I would agree with staff on this. I think 50 is a good level. That's the number that they decided on. I don't want to add additional hurdles for developers if we don't have to. I know they can go through a CUP, but if we put in those extra hurdles, I think that will discourage development, which is the opposite of what these zoning changes are intended to do, or these code changes.
Okay, thanks, Alder. Alder Hinkvis.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's important to understand that the changes that we're making apply to both existing neighborhoods, so developed neighborhoods, and new neighborhoods. So the 50 would apply in an existing neighborhood versus a new development. And I think there has to be a difference there. So I'm in support with Jennifer of Alder Grant of doing the 60 feet and just having it reviewed. So if there's anything under, that doesn't mean we're going to say no, but I think in existing neighborhoods, it should be looked at.
Alder Galvin, then Grant.
Thank you, Your Honor. As I mentioned last time, I live in the inner city. My lot's 53 feet wide. If my square footage of my house on the first floor is 800 square feet, that left me just enough room for a driveway that I had to get a variance from my neighbor to put the driveway right up to his property line. So I have a hard time envisioning a home on a 50-foot lot that's 3 feet narrower. And if they don't have, I just am trying to see in my mind's eye how you make that work with an unattached garage or even with an attached garage. And that's why I'm in favor of the 60-foot. And I believe if a developer has proposals where he can make that work, I don't see why the council wouldn't approve that if he comes in and asks for a PUD. And I mean, this is just from my experience. So that's I would love to see if someone has some renditions or drawings of how you make that work. But I'm telling you, 800 square feet for the house, and I got to put my driveway on the neighbor's property line. And if he hadn't granted me the variance, I'd have been stuck. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Just on that, maybe Mr. Buck, if you could just kind of weigh in on how developers or builders would actually make this work.
Sure. I comment in, I guess, in two respects. One is all pre-war or even some post-war homes, pretty much downtown, are typically 50-foot wide lots. A lot of houses get built. We actually have a design book with about 13 different housing styles that fit on lots less than 50 feet wide. But currently, so then, of course, in the 70s, 80s, things got big. Developers now are coming in requesting 50-foot wide lots. They have products that fit. They're narrower but longer, multi-story. And so we've been seeing a lot of developers coming through. Even some of the planned developments that have come through this council the last 6 months, at least two of them have lots at 60 or at 50. Substantial lots on the far east side. So I guess it is very doable. I mean, it's unfortunate maybe your house design didn't allow for a driveway to go around, just the way it's shaped. I have a 50-foot wide lot, and I have a 18-foot wide driveway that goes past my house. I mean, you can develop it. It's all depending on the model. Again, the model of the 80s, 70s were really wide, giant garages in the front. That was just kind of the style that they did. They didn't go very deep, but that's changing now. So, yeah, I think the cost of infrastructure for street frontage is really driving those housing designs to shift to something that's narrower, that they can fit.
And just for maybe the new and newish alders, if you could explain the CUP process.
Sure, yeah. A CUP process would require developers, so in this case, who wanted to do less than a 60-foot lot, they would have to bring those through the Plan Commission for one meeting and then the council, probably about 6 weeks, depending on the schedule, maybe 8 weeks. And for developers, time is money. So that's usually pretty a negative for them. Not saying that they wouldn't do it, but right. And then that also, we send out notices to all the neighbors. A lot of times there's a lot of discussion about that. And sometimes things you can't deny it anyway. But, that being said, the CUP is going to be a little bit of cost and a lot of time.
Okay, thanks for that. Alder Grant?
Thank you, Mayor. Just, I guess, a reminder that the current ordinance is 75 feet. So going from 75 to 50 is a big change. And that's all I'm making sure that there's some oversight of. And all those, you are correct. You did have some developments come forward asking for smaller lots, and all those got approved. So I'm not seeing big pushback. My point is to make sure it's appropriate for existing neighbors. If there is, public input, it's important to hear that. So I just want to make sure we're keeping everything in mind. Like I said, the one that was in my neighborhood was across from a school, and I think those things are very important to take into account in traffic and very reasonable concerns. So again, I don't see us having any difference of approval, but it's worth considering. Thank you.
Any other comments, Alder Hinkfist?
Just a question. We can't change zoning for existing neighborhoods versus new development, correct? So this 50 or 60 foot would be for anywhere in the city.
Mr. Buck?
It'd be anywhere in the city that an R1 lot, R1, R2, or R3 that a single family detached or an upper lower duplex would be.
Okay, so it would be in existing neighborhoods.
Existing and
Yeah, and that's where I have trouble. I think it should get reviewed. I mean, based on my own district, if you're going to do something under 60, I would like it reviewed. So.
All right. Any other comments? Alder Presley?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're voting based on, not just our own experiences with this. It is, whether or not we would like a house on a 50-foot lot. If a developer thinks that there's a market for it and there are people who are going to buy that house and move into it, I don't see why we should be putting up additional obstacles to that outcome. So I'm against this amendment.
Thanks, Alder. Anything else? Staff?
I just
Buck, one additional time?
Yep, I just wanted to add an additional comment based on that. This is a minimum. I mean, a developer can come in and do a 100-foot wide lot if they choose. If that's what's selling in that district or that neighborhood, this is just a minimum. So a lot of times developers come in and do larger lots than what our minimums are. So I just wanted to point that out, that it's not a mandate. It's,
Okay. Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment? Board vote has been requested on Alder Grant's amendment.
You may vote. Alder delete.
I'm a nay.
That passes 7-5. Entertain a motion to approve as amended. The motion to approve is amended made by Alder Stevens, seconded by Alder Morgan. Alder Johnson?
Yeah, Mr. Buck, is this and I'm looking for it and I can't quite locate it, the section where we talked about the percentage of multifamily units on a single block? There were some amendments that were offered up at the last meeting. I think it right now is 25%.
925, the ground floor. Is that what you're talking about, facing the primary street?
That's on this item though, right? Number 2?
No,
No. Okay, sorry.
Or is it?
Misunderstood.
it is. Hold on. Let me find
We're on 2925.
I was thinking about the impervious surface. Joop. So that was the averaging that you were talking about. That is actually in the section that deals with development standards. 2425.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments on this one? Seeing none, we'll use the board approval as amended.
You may vote.
Please record me as a nay.
Thank you.
And that passes 8-4.
Motion to reconsider item 1. J1.
Alder Johnson makes a motion to reconsider item 1, seconded by Alder Eck. All in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. It's back before us.
Thank you, Mr. Buck. Did you have the exact line where that was located?
First page of 2425, if you do the redlined version, it's number 5. And that was talking about the duplexes and semi-detached housing design and the physical layout to match the neighborhood. So what you were discussing.
Nope, that's not the one.
That would have been the only amendment that,
I
that
think it was
came in
number
here besides the appeal process. That was the design in the garage stalls.
I believe it was number 3.
Yeah, and that's the same as it was before. No more than 1/4 of the linear frontage of the block may be converted to 2-family duplexes or 2-family semi-detached.
Maybe that's why it's through your phone.
And no further 2-family duplex or 2-family semi-detached housing development is permitted once this threshold is reached.
Okay.
So it's basically saying no more than 1/4 of the block frontage could be duplex.
Yeah, and forgive me, were you at the last meeting or did John really lead this one?
John kind of ran with this and he is out, but
Okay,
yeah.
because there was the 25% discussion, but then there was the amendment that was
Failed.
15%, and then the second amendment at
Yeah,
20%.
They both failed.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't recall it.
I'm just trying to identify that specific section.
You're not talking about the impervious surface coverage.
Mm-mm.
What's your question, though, Alder Johnson?
Well, I want to offer up that amendment again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, and that's why I'm just trying to tie it back to the specific item. Needless to say, I'm struggling to locate the exact location of it.
I'm not sure. Was that in one of the 5 that was approved? So
Oh,
we had 9 that came through at the last meeting.
that's right,
5
where we
were
did the first and
approved,
second reading.
and 4 were.
I don't think we did first and final on any that we entertained amendments on.
I thought we did that. Okay.
Well, I think there were some that if the amendments failed,
We did
then
first
it
and
was
final on those?
approved.
Okay.
Yeah, forgive me. I know Alder Grant was talking to you before the meeting, and I thought we understood which item, but apparently there's we weren't in alignment on that one. So we'll just kind of let's. I think technically, can you do a motion to withdraw the reconsideration? Be the most efficient way.
I think we could just do approval again.
Okay. Yeah. Motion to approve.
Motion to approve made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Profit. Any more discussion? We'll use the board.
And Mr. Buck, if you happen to find that in the meantime before the end of the meeting, if you could let me know.
Thank you. You may vote.
Please record me as an aye.
Thank you.
All right. It's adopted unanimously. Report of the Protection and Policy Committee. Motion to approve made by Alder Stevens, seconded by Alder Profit. Items here to be handled separately. Items 1 and 2 will be handled separately. Any others? Hearing none others, all in favor of approving the remainder of that report, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The report has been approved with the exception of items 1 and 2. On 1. Motion to open the floor made by Alder Profit, seconded by Alder Hutchison. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. And this item is to deny an appeal by Raven Wallin regarding the denial of her over-the-limit permit. So if anyone would like to speak to this item, come to the podium. And just state your name and address for us.
Caleb Ledvina, 2221 Leisure Court in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Good morning. Good evening, council members. My name is Caleb Ledvina. I was born just outside of Green Bay in the town of Bellevue. I am a graduate of Notre Dame Academy, and I'm currently enrolled at NWTC. I have known Raven and her family for just under a year and a half, and in that time I've spent almost every day with them, as Raven is my girlfriend. I can think of no one better to speak on behalf of her dogs than the person who has spent more than a year getting paws shoved into his bag while sleeping next to them. These dogs are some of the most well-behaved, even-tempered dogs that I have ever met. I know how much they mean to Raven, and I know Raven is the dog's whole world. Recently, when I asked Raven what she wanted for Christmas, the only thing she said was that she wanted me to get her the dog permit. So here I am doing everything I can to help her keep the dog she loves. Before addressing the concerns at hand, I would like to introduce you to the dogs that you are making a decision about. First, the oldest, Neelix, also known as Bubby or Buckbeak, because we love Harry Potter. He's a German Shepherd Siberian Husky mix who turns 13 tomorrow. Despite his age, he behaves better than what I did at age 13. You may expect him to weigh around 80 pounds, common for a German Shepherd. However, he only weighs about 50 because he was neutered at just 8 weeks by the Green Bay Humane Society. This stopped him from reaching his full size. Neelix was Raven's first dogs, the one truly meant for her, and after 13 years in her care, he enjoys naps, TVs, and a peaceful life. In dog years, that makes him about 104 years old, and if you look close to the pictures, he definitely has the beard hairs to show it. Next, we have Mickey, also known as Peaky. He is 12 years old, around 96 in dog years. He's a lab mix with Weimaraner features. Now, you may think, hearing Weimaraner, big German breed, 3 feet tall and 100 plus pounds. However, he did stay small due to early neutering, just like his brother. Mickey also weighs roughly around 55 pounds. And he is even lazier than his older brother. He loves his bed, snoring, food, birds, and short walks. These two were the dogs Raven raised from the start. They are no nuisance at all, unless laying on the laundry counts when I'm trying to fold it. Next, there is Taya. She's a 6-year-old black lab, originally owned by Raven's brother. When he couldn't afford to care for her, Raven took her in. Taya loves rolling in the grass, getting dirty, napping, and begging for love. She blends into the family perfectly and stays close to her brother Mickey, even shares his bed, even though we have her own. And finally, we have Mia, a Chihuahua who became Raven's after the tragic passing of her father. Mia was his dog, the last remaining piece of him. After he died, Mia lost patches of her coat. But slowly, after years in Raven's care, her coat is finally starting to come back. She is stable, secured, and loved again because she found a home with Raven. Now to the issue at hand. Raven did not go out and adopt random dogs. She simply took responsibility for the dogs who are already in her family. Dogs who grew up together, who depend on each other, and who rely on her. I understand the purpose of pet limit policies. Without them, some people might neglect animals, breed irresponsibly, or allow unsafe conditions. But policies also need to consider what is best for the actual dogs involved. Recently, the Humane Society reported that dog kennels are at crisis capacity and that they are in desperate need of adopters and fosters. They even lowered the adoption fees in June because so many dogs are being surrendered. So I ask, is it truly in the best interest of these animals to force them into a system that's already overwhelmed, especially when they are elderly, bonded, well-behaved, and safely cared for? A 13-year-old dog like Neelix is not going to get picked over a younger dog. Families will worry about medical needs, end-of-life care, and the heartbreak of adopting a dog they may lose soon. Mickey at 12 would face the same fate. Mia, who already experienced one major loss, would be devastated by another.
Sir, I apologize, but your 3 minutes has expired, so if you could
Okay.
wrap things up for us.
I got one small paragraph that I'll read here. Everyone in the building that Raven lives in knows that there is an aggressive dog named Biggie, who is an ongoing issue. We have personally seen him get pulled between cars so that when we come out of the door, we don't get attacked. Or how about the time he tried to charge at us through a closed glass door to attack us when we were just walking outside? Not to mention his handler, when she brings him down the stairs, she has to shout, "Coming down with dog," to make sure no one is in the way of this dog. And just today, while I was sitting in class, Raven sent me a picture. The owner of this dog dropped the leash to let this dog roam free. One dog that is known to be aggressive. Now, to finish up what I'm saying, we don't ever punish a sober driver who gets in an accident because he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. We punish the drunk driver. So Raven has never had any complaints, and even the humane officer said that. She has not had any complaints about her dogs, and she has been there for 6 months. Why are we punishing her and not taking the dogs that are an issue out of this building?
Thanks for your testimony, sir.
Thank you.
Any questions for our guest? Yeah, Alder Prophet.
So you said you saw Biggie today?
Biggie today, yes.
Okay, because I'll hash that out later, but thank you.
Okay.
Anything else? All right, thanks again, sir. Anyone else with testimony on item 1?
Hello. I wrote this for you guys. Dear council members, my name is Raven Moline, and I want to thank you for taking the time to hear my story.
You can just state your address as well.
Oh yeah, 300 Bond Street, apartment 118. Anyways, I came here from Nina looking for a fresh start, new opportunities, and a supportive community. And the chance to build a better life. My job is here, my boyfriend's here, and for the first time in a long time, I finally felt hopeful about my future. When I moved, I knew finding an apartment that accepted dogs would be challenging, so when I found a place that said 4 dogs would not be an issue, I was absolutely ecstatic. I applied, was accepted, moved into a 2-bedroom apartment specifically so my dogs would have enough space. Shortly after moving in, I learned about the requirement to register my dogs and apply for an over-the limit permit. I followed every direction exactly as instructed. I've always tried to do everything the right way. Unfortunately, that process is what led me here today. I want to be clear, my dogs have never caused complaints or issues. The concerns brought forward were not mine. In nearly 6 months of living at my apartment, halfway through my lease, I have not received a single complaint or call regarding my dog's behavior. If I had not applied for this permit, no one would even know that I have 4 dogs because they are quiet, trained, and supervised at all times. I even have cameras to monitor them and make sure they remain calm and respectful of my neighbors. I clean up after them every single time. Something even the responding officer has witnessed personally. I understand the city limit is 2 dogs, and I want to explain how I came to my 2 boys, Neelix and Mickey. They're 12, and Neelix turns 13 tomorrow. It's his birthday. They were under a year old, and I got them at 8 weeks. They came from a shelter, and I've grown up together. They are truly my heart. My other 2 dogs were not something that I went out and sought. I took them in because of difficult, painful circumstances that affected my family. Taya the Black Lab was my brother's dog. He could no longer care for her, and she had already bonded so deeply. So separating them wasn't an option. Mia, the Chihuahua, belonged to my dad. After the unexpected passing, taking her in was the only way I could hold on to the last living piece of him. She brings me comfort on days when the grief feels unbearable, when I think about how my dad will never meet my boyfriend, how he'll never be at holiday dinners anymore, never walk me down the aisle, never see me or my future kids again. Mia helps me feel like he is still with me in some way. I don't collect dogs. I took in family. These 4 are my family. I have no interest in going out and getting any more. The thought of being forced to give them up or split them up brings me to tears. Many nights leading up to today with shelters and rescues already struggling at overcapacity, surrendering them would not only devastate me, but it would jeopardize the quality of life and the well-being in a system that's already overwhelmed. All I'm asking for is understanding and compassion. I have shown that my dogs are well-trained, well cared for, have followed every rule placed before me. I am simply trying to keep my family together, and I ask that you allow me to keep my dogs, and I thank you sincerely for your time and consideration on this matter. I just want to make sure I got everything in the 3 minutes, so I was talking kind of fast.
Thanks for your testimony. Any questions? All right, thanks again. Anyone else on this item? All right. Motion to close the floor made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Morgan. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. The floor is closed. Alder Prophet.
And I don't know if Officer Mavis is here, but maybe Chief Davis. During our Protection and Policy Committee, Officer Maves had indicated that Biggie had orders and was put down. Would you happen to know, was she talking about a different animal? Because and maybe for anyone who didn't watch the committee meeting in the rest of the council, give a little background to what's been happening and the number of police calls and animal complaints at this location, to just set the scene kind of the same way that we received at PNP, please.
So I'm looking at the report from Officer Mavis, and I don't see anything about a dog being put down. I do see a note in here that one of the factors that went into this decision was that the apartment complex does not allow more than 2 dogs on site. It looks like maybe at one point there was someone who is no longer employed there who said that was okay, but then they were not authorized to make that decision, is what it looks like. I apologize, but there's a lot of documentation in here.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And I just remember specifically, and I know that dog wasn't one of the dogs being discussed tonight, but there is and has been compounding complaints, particularly about the volume of pets just within this complex. And we saw the pictures, gorgeous dogs, and I lost sleep the night of this committee meeting because there was a lot of tears about this one, but I did vote to deny because 4 dogs, particularly 3 large ones, in a 2-bedroom apartment complex with the feasibility and the possibility of other dogs that could attack them and one individual trying to control 3 large dogs and 1 small dog while trying to let them out in a very small green space in what is a large apartment complex just doesn't seem fair. And I would love to keep these dogs with the owner. I would love to help find housing in which this would be allowable outside of city limits to keep the dogs together. But this is an apartment complex that, per Officer Mavis, they are spending way too much time there with compounding complaints about just the volume of animals in this building. So I stand by my committee decision to deny. But thank you, Officer Davis, or not Officer, Chief Davis. Appreciate it.
Alder Morgan.
Yes, I was in that committee meeting also. We voted 3-0 to deny the appeal. Officer Mavis, who has gone above and beyond in her training to handle humane officer situations like this, presented an outstanding case on why this is just a bad situation. Having this many dogs. This is the apartment, the brand new big apartments on the corner of Broadway and Bond Street. And there are several people there that do have dogs. Part of the problem was someone that thought they were the manager must have given them some wrong information. That person's been terminated since. And it just isn't very good. I think if we were going to vote on this, I'd almost ask that we back it up till we could get Officer Mavis to come in here and explain exactly the situations here. And she did say that night that Biggie dog from the top floor was either going to be removed or have to be euthanized or something. But it's not just that dog. There's just too many dogs in that kind of situation.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Hutchinson.
I'm also on that committee and voted to deny the appeal. In my mind, it's really hard for me to have someone like Raven Walleen have to go through this because she is who we want to have dogs. She follows the rules. She went above and beyond to explain what she did and what she does with her animals. And if you run for alder, you get to see all the homes in your district. And there are a lot of homes that have space to run in the backyard and whatnot. This is an apartment. But the way that Raven Walleen describes her habits is what you need to have dogs in an apartment, if it's 1 or if it's 4. I'm really now on the fence. If we need to hold this for the officer to come back and give her views, but I'm actually willing to vote to approve the appeal at this point in time, basically because of who we're dealing with. The concept of 4 dogs is too much in an apartment building, but I think in her apartment, it's not too much. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Grant.
I don't know if this is a question for legal or Chief Davis, but if the apartment complex only allows 2 dogs, even if we allow excessive, couldn't the apartment not allow her to still have it?
I mean, I think that's somewhat a legal question, right? But it's a contract between them. Yeah.
Right. So I guess I'm just kind of wondering what rights do we have as a city? I mean, it's up to the property owner at the end of the day. Alder Stevens?
Okay. So the ordinance limit is in fact 2 dogs, and I think Officer Mavis here makes her decision just consistently about apartments or apartments and complexes like this, and when she grants excess animal permits. But you are correct, or it was alluded to that an apartment building or an apartment management company could certainly allow someone to have more dogs, but that doesn't allow them to have more than 2 per resident in the city. At the same time, they could certainly support their excess animal permit, but that would be really up to them. And I think maybe, as Alder Stevens probably could contend, apartment complexes have some additional regulations that they must follow regarding emotional support animals, which is separate from our 2 dog limit per household in the city.
Okay, so ultimately we could allow the excessive animal permit. It would be up to the apartment owner and the resident to figure that out.
Sure, just confirming that point. They could certainly deny it even if we approve it. Yes, but that would be subject to their own rules and regulations at the apartment complex.
Okay, thank you.
Elder Stevens.
Well, thank you for everybody talking about that, but it'd be regarding what's stated in their lease agreement. It should have animals in there, and it's outlined on what's acceptable and what's not acceptable. So,
Alder Johnson.
And Attorney Kochart, if this appeal is granted, is it exclusive to her current residence, or does it apply and carry forward indefinitely while she's a resident in the city of Green Bay, regardless of where she lives?
It's just for, I'm sorry, yes, the clerk was saying it's just for that location and those animals specifically. So the address and names of the animals are listed on the excess animal permit.
Okay, so if she were to move, she would have to reapply
That's
for
correct.
whatever new address she would relocate to. Okay, yeah, and I guess it, much like what Alder Grant was alluding to, it feels to me like if you have dogs that aren't creating a problem, this really is more of a civil matter between her and the property owner. So I'm inclined to support the appeal, recognizing, if it was obviously a dangerous dog declaration or something along those lines, it would be a different discussion. But right now, it really seems to be a dispute between the property owner and her, and I just don't think the city should be in the business of sort of regulating those civil matters. So I would favor supporting the appeal.
Alder Prophet.
This was not brought forward by the property owner. This was brought forward by Officer Mavis, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to put that out there, that there was no dispute. There was no disagreement. It originated from Officer Mavis and the volume of calls she is handling every day at this complex.
Alder Hinkfus.
But those calls are not regarding these 4 dogs, correct? Do we know that? Okay. I'm a dog owner myself, been my entire life, and it sounds like she inherited 2 dogs from family members. But if these are good dogs and she's handling it, I struggle with having to have her get rid of them.
Other comments? Alder Galvin.
Anything to do with dogs is very emotional. We know that. You can't get away from it. I've seen dogs sent out of the city or face euthanasia, being euthanized, and it's never easy. But in this case, Officer Mavis does a outstanding job, and she's been doing an outstanding job for many years. She has more experience than I'm sure anybody within this county with handling dogs and the situations that goes on with them. It's unfortunate she's not here, but if she's recommending for denial, then I'm going to support her on that. If someone wants to see their way to holding this until she can come and give testimony, I'm willing to support that. But I'm at this point considering her recommendation, because I've seen her grant plenty of recommendations, a lot. And if she's saying no, then there's a reason for it, and I'm going to respect that and support that. Thank you.
Other comments? I don't think we have a motion. Alder Morgan?
I make a motion that we hold this until the next meeting and have the Humane Officer Mallory Mavis appear at that point and give her opinion.
Okay. So Alder Morgan makes a motion to hold this over until the December 16th meeting, seconded by Alder Prophet. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that item has been held over. Now on to item 2, to approve an appeal by Lori Willeen regarding the denial of her over-the-limit permit. Motion open the floor made by Alder Prophet. Seconded by Alder Presley. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is open. If you could just state your name and address, and we allow for 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Lori Walleen, and I live at 200 Bond Street, Apartment B. I'm in the same situation as my daughter, but I don't live in the same building as her. I don't live in that big apartment building. I live in a townhouse. It's 1,428 square feet. It has 3 bedrooms, 2 floors. I live there with my son. He's 22 now, I believe. And one of our dogs is Raya. She is a 2-year-old Yorkshire Terrier. That's his emotional support animal. Tucker is 6 years old. He is my emotional support animal. And I also have a 3-year-old Yorkshire Terrier and then a small 2-year-old female Terrier mix. Our largest dog is 10 pounds. We have 2 separate entrances, a front and a back. I don't take my dogs over to that little area because to me, it's too small. There's not enough room. I go straight across in that open area across from the pond. And I follow the rules. My dogs are registered. They're up to date on immunizations. They bark when they see people they don't know, but they're good dogs. When I moved there, before I signed my lease, I asked April if that was going to be an issue because I love my dogs. They're family. And she said no, it wasn't. They don't count emotional support animals. I do know the policies on Green Bay's large dog and over limit. I know all that because I've had friends that live in Green Bay. We were misled. Is that our fault? Maybe a little bit. However, I would never have put myself in that situation had I not assured that I would be able to keep my dogs. My dogs have not had any complaints on them. They've never hurt anybody. And frankly, neither have my daughters, but we're talking about me. I'm just asking that, I be allowed to keep them. My dogs aren't around that situation with the other problematic dogs. I kind of stay away from that. I know my dogs. I can read their body language. I know what they need, and I'm able to provide it for them. And I'm just asking you guys, please, just to consider, because the shelters and rescues are full. They're begging people to foster. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Any questions? Alder Galvin, then Morgan.
Ma'am, unless there's a typo or I'm misreading it, it says you were approved.
Yeah, I did not take that as a for sure yes, because there were only 3 council members there.
Okay.
I actually came to support Raven, but then I talked to the lady on, I think you're the mayor, on her, and she said it was a recommendation. So I'm like, okay, so you're going to vote on it, all of you. So that's why I'm here tonight. So
all right. Thank you very much. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you.
Alder Morgan, did you have?
If she has the paperwork to show that these are emotional support animals. We didn't see it at committee. On the phone.
I do have paper copies. I did give them to the Broadway Lofts, but I do have them on my phone. I can show them to you now, or I can provide hard copies
I think our
as
clerk
well.
was
Okay.
wanted to
So,
say something.
Ms. Welling, you don't have to do that, Mr. Alder Morgan. So emotional support animals are really, that is a designation. There's no forgiveness of the fee, and there's really no classification for us in law. It really is for a service animal. So a lot of people talk about emotional support animals, and recently we've gotten some people in apartments, especially at UWGB. The apartment complexes want to know that the animals are licensed, not whether or not we recognize them as emotional support animals. So we didn't need Ms. Wolling's verification of that. Her landlord does. That
I
answers the
just
question.
felt, that wasn't a factor in the fact that two alders did vote because they were emotional support. And I just was asking if we had any proof.
Got it. Okay. Anything else for our guest? Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else on this item? Motion to close the floor made by Alder Grant. Seconded by Alder Stevens. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. The floor is closed. Motion to approve made by Alder Prophet and seconded by Alder Stevens. Any comments? Seeing none, all in favor. Oh, Alder Morgan.
I was just going to say this again was one of the things that Officer Mavis said that she would not authorize for animals for this type of a building, even though it's not an apartment, it's a townhouse.
Okay. Thanks, Alder. Anyone else? All right. All in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it, and that item has been approved. On to the report of the Green Bay Police Department granting operator licenses. Motion to approve made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Stevens. Any names to be handled separately or abstentions? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it, and that item has been approved. Or report rather. Report of the Plan Commission. Motion to approve made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Stevens. Items here to be handled separately? 3 and 6. 1, 3, and 6. Any others? Hearing none others, all in favor of approving the remainder of that report, signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The report has been approved with the exception of items 1, 3, and 6. Item 1 is to approve a partial alley closure located near 409 West Walnut Street with conditions. With that, I think I'm going to go to staff first to set the stage a little bit or inform council.
We've been working on this since the last council meeting it was held, and we've actually had a number of emails that have gone back and forth between staff. I would respectfully ask that we hold this again. I know we don't like to do that, but if we could hold this again till the next meeting, I think we could clear some things up and get this resolved by the next meeting.
Okay. Thank you, Director. December 16th. Alder Johnson makes a motion to hold this item until December 16th, seconded by Alder Galvin. Discussion on that, Alder Prophet?
I just know because I've been reaching out to staff asking some of the concerns and questions with this one. So I would like to propose, if I could, with this item to at least send to Traffic, Bike, and Pedestrian Committee the possibility of exploring a loading zone on this portion of Broadway adjacent to the property for the December 15th. So I'm fine with holding the rest of the item, but if we could keep the ball rolling on pieces of it, because my understanding is there's pieces of it that would benefit from going through Traffic, Bike, and Pedestrian Committee. So if we could put that motion within the hold, I think that's feasible. That would be my add-on, or if we need to handle the hold separately.
So essentially an amendment.
Yeah, to send to Traffic, Bike, and Pedestrian to explore a loading zone on Broadway, because my understanding is with the alley closure, there's the potential or the discussion of turn radiuses for garbages, and this unclear how many parking spots will be affected in the adjacent lot. I know that one of the items that staff was discussing was the possibility of going to TBMP to look at the loading zone. It is what our parking study recommended about 2 years ago. So I would just like to get that hashed out so at least some of this can continue to move forward.
Okay. Alder Prophet makes a motion to amend the item to include that referral to TBMP on the loading zone issue, seconded by Alder Presley. On that, Alder Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Director Jusins, pickup drop-off zones had been talked about in the parking study, but I don't think specific locations were referred to. I guess I'm curious what your perspective is on reacting to, one item to create a drop-off zone versus assessing the entire study area and determining where the best locations would be.
That's correct. So it probably should be looked at as a whole. We're not opposed to a unloading zone in this location. And that's why that would be discussed at Traffic, Bike, and Ped. And the parking study did talk about the pickup drop-off versus a unloading zone.
Okay. In which case, then I would just ask Alder Prophet if you'd be amenable to, rather than just looking at this one thing, have it cover all of downtown? Okay.
The motion.
I'd make a motion to send to Traffic Bike and Pedestrian Commission to review the loading zones from the, I think it was 2023, maybe it was 21. I can't remember. It's a little fuzzy. Parking study for proposed loading zone locations in the downtown area.
All right, and there still is a second for that.
I could just offer a point of clarity on that.
Yeah, Alder
Just for Clerk Jeffries in particular, the exact terminology is pickup drop-off zones, PUDO, if you're capturing that in the minutes.
So what is that?
Instead of loading zone, pickup drop-off zone.
All right, discussion on that amendment. Alder.
Okay, so I just want to clarify, it seems like there's kind of two things, so we're holding and that this is all in one?
Correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Alder Jeffrey, or formerly Alder Jeffries, Clerk Jeffries.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. So I actually had divided this. I had a hold and an amend. So do you want me to put them together to hold it and amend it? Okay, I can do that. Thank you.
Additional comments? All right, all in favor of that amendment signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. So entertain a motion to hold as amended. Alder Prophet makes that motion, seconded by Alder Hinkfist. Discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. And that item has been held over till December 16th. Next is item 3 to approve a request to rezone 1109 South Taylor Street from low density residential to general commercial as recommended by staff. Alder.
Thank you, Mayor. So I was contacted by several of the neighbors that are there. It's basically the street behind it. So I am going to share their concerns about it. I know it is a rezone, but the plan is for them. At this point, the owner is wanting to make it into a laundromat. So I just want to explain the concerns of the people that are in the backyard. They're concerned about the noise and smells that would come from the dryer vent and the way the winds blow, it would be into their yards. And also that it's a commercial building located that is butting up to their backyards. So I wanted to voice their concerns. They were unable to come to be here. So that's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Entertain a motion. Motion to approve made by Alder Prophet. Seconded by Alder Ritterbusch. Any additional comments? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that item has been approved. On to item 6, to approve amendments to section 44-1580, parent J of the Green Bay Municipal Code, chapter 44, related to short-term rentals, as discussed in communication PC-25-03, with the change to remove the maximum 180-day rental limitation and add 3 strikes policy. Motion to open the floor, made by yes, Alder
I
Grant, since
apologize.
you
I
pulled
thought
the
that
other.
was how it worked. Thank you, Mayor. I do want to open the floor. I want to hear from the public, but I think we've heard a lot of feedback, and I want the public to know that we have done some work in the meantime and heard the concerns, and I want to offer up some options that I have worked with staff on, and then I would like to hear from the public what they think of those amendments instead of rehearing what we've heard. So I ultimately would like to amend to refer to staff to focus on the following 3 things. Clerk Jeffries and whoever else would be appropriate with the short-term rental alliance or the inspector that handles the short-term rentals to create a letter template that is sent out anytime a short-term rental permit applies for a first-time permit or a renewal that notifies surrounding neighbors, and we can determine the the logistics after we see the finished product. But ultimately, I'd like to see a letter template that notifies the neighbors that this property listed is a short-term rental. This is the owner's information, how to contact them. Please contact them first, kind of an order of operations. If you can't get a hold of them, if it's a non-emergency, you can contact this number. If it's an emergency, obviously 911. If it's a parking concern, here's our parking department. If it is, just kind of be helpful and guide the neighbors in how to address their concerns. And if there's, I know Alder Hinkfist is happy to give any input to this letter, but a standard template that ultimately that is saved. What changes is the address that it's being sent to, the owner information, the rest is standard. The second thing is to work with the Short-Term Rental Alliance and any staff or alder to set a basic set of house rules that align with city ordinance. The reason I bring this up is it was brought to my attention that if there are house rules listed on a listing site like Airbnb, Airbnb does back the owner in being able to control the issue. They can ask the person to be removed from or to leave the premise. As long as it is listed on the website, ultimately the person that is renting it is agreeing to those rules. So no parking on the streets. You cannot be loud past 10 o'clock. Again, our basic standard rules. And if we have a set of maybe 3 rules as a city that we say these 3 rules must be listed on the website, along with inside the premise, please show proof that it's on a website and within the property. And if you want to add your own rules to that, you are more than welcome to. But these 3, 4, or 5 that we think are appropriate must be there. That, again, align with current city ordinance, which leads me to my third thing that I would like staff to work on. When talking with Chief Davis and Attorney Cochart, it's very apparent that our current noise ordinance is very hard to enforce, and it could be improved. And that is a citywide issue, but it will also help with this specific issue as well. It's been brought to my attention that it has a measurement. Well, we don't have a tool to measure. And there are things that we can implement that Chief Davis has even seen in other municipalities that are simple and easy to switch out. And again, it's according to Attorney Cochart, a need anyways. So we could ultimately address 2 problems with this. So I would like to see those things and then come back and vote, like I said, on who all gets these letters. Is it just 4 people, right, left, front, behind, or do we think it should be broader? But I think building these 3 structures first and deciding from that point. So my amendment would be ultimately to refer to staff to focus on those 3 things. Thank you.
Okay, and so, yeah, I'm just a little bit confused. This is a referral motion,
Yes.
but just on those 3 items.
Taking the Plan Commission's recommendation as is, but I want to refer an addition, these 3 suggestions, and that be what we focus on as council.
Okay, so refer the Planning Commission action along with these 3 additional actions.
Correct.
Okay, and there was a second from Alder Eck, was it? On that motion? Yeah, well, Alder Prophet, question?
Yeah, just point of clarification, I guess, just sending what has already got hashed out from Plan Commission with what happened. In addition to these 3, back to staff, is there a date that it would come back to the council? That's my question.
It's a lot of work and I don't know the staff's workload. I would like to make sure we are hearing from all parties and that they're ready. Ultimately, we're not changing any city ordinances. We're amending and fixing part of the permit process ultimately. They already have to submit a permit. Now we're just asking that you post these house rules and we are going to send out this letter template as part of the process. So that's why I'm referring to staff to focus on those things. I don't see a timeline needed for that because I'm not proposing to change any ordinances.
if I
On that,
could
yeah.
respond briefly. Okay. I guess my only pause is the latter of the two, just given that there was some minor tweaks that I think are worth moving forward on, such as like the local representative being listed on the current placard, but also adding the parcel owner if that's not the local representative, and then just putting in that we can start to enforce some of this stuff. So that's where not having a timetable. The noise ordinance enforcement, I've been hearing about that since I got elected, so I'm fully on board for that. I just feel like those latter two are going to take a little bit more time, and I think the noise ordinance enforcement piece it would benefit from being its own referral to staff on a separate item, because that we could take in a lot of things with that, not just STR related complaints. I think I've been hearing about cars. I think that's been in the news in other municipalities, and the local mayor in Appleton, I think it was, put out a whole thing about that. So I think that one is going to take a lot longer. That's why I asked about the timetable, because there are other small, I think, changes that everyone agrees on that I would like to move forward with. So referring it back to staff delays those other motions and changes, if that makes sense.
Thanks, Alder Johnson.
Yeah, and I think I agree with Alder Prophet. I do think the noise ordinance could be its own standalone communication, recognizing even I've had a number of challenges within my district that certainly wouldn't fall into the short-term rental discussion. And I know police department's been a little bit hamstrung in terms of enforcement because of how antiquated that law is right now. So I would support that. And I think, Alder Grant, if your motion is a simple refer to staff, like I'm good with that, though I do want to hear from the public yet. If the motion is refer to staff and exclusively look at these three things, I would simply request that we allow it to be more broad, to give staff the latitude to come back with any and all recommendations that might make the most sense, while making sure that they do address the points that you've raised. So I don't know if what you offered up was an exact motion, and what if it's just refer to staff, then again, I'm good. If it's only look at these three things, then I would propose an amendment.
And it sounds like it's those three in addition to what's already been recommended by Plan Commission. But Alder Grant.
Again, ultimately a referral to staff. I just wanted the community to know things that I would like to see out of this. And if the council agrees and the community agrees these things are what people would like to see, that should be something that the staff focuses on along with any other things that come along. I'm okay with, figuring out any other issues that need to be addressed along the way.
Alder Ickfus, then Hutchison.
I think it's better if we could take a proactive approach. So I'd like from, we've listened to 10 hours, 15 hours of testimony on short-term rentals. And I think all of us have benefited from the perspective of learning about that business, learning what's out there, meeting many of the people that own them, and the best practices, that have been employed by some of them. So I'm in support of Jennifer's motion from the perspective of Alder Grant's motion from the perspective of we want to have standard operating procedures that work across, and then we can deal with the outliers. So I think that's what Alder Grant is trying to get across is based on everything that we've learned, let's implement some of these things that's already been implemented in other areas to help bring down the noise and then also work. So I would support a motion from that perspective, except I will add, we need to put on the applications occupancy numbers. So right now there's no occupancy requirements that are listed on any application that comes through. So.
Okay. Thanks. Alder Hutchison.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. I think one general thing that still has to be performed by staff is determining what's a strike. We have 3 strikes, you're out. I think there needs to be a 4th item where the strikes are delineated so anyone who lives near a rental or anyone who owns a rental knows exactly what the terms of a strike are. So I think we need to define that also. So when it comes back, I'm also concerned that this gets kicked down a little bit. The road, I'd like to at least see it come back at the next council meeting. If we have to defer it again, fine, but I think we have to get closure on this as soon as we can. Thank you.
Just on that final point, I don't know if it's realistic if Alder Grant's motion succeeds to have this back in time for the 16th.
Well, when would this occur? Like, when's the next time we have to go through issuance of permits? Like, when would this take effect realistically? Like in May? It's a roll.
No,
I don't issue the short-term rental permits. I issue a lot of licenses. This is not one of them.
Oh, doggone.
Director Neerwig, just on that question.
Dave can speak to that.
Right. The applications come due July 1st is when they would start. We receive them all year. I mean, we have 4 or 5 in the hopper right now, so it's not like they all come in at once.
Okay, it's
but they run from July 1st to June 30th.
So July 1st would be like a stop dead date. We have to have things in place by July 1st. That's what I'm hearing. Okay.
And I would say, just representing the administration, I would want us to bring something back before this current council session expires.
Okay.
Just so that we can cleanly dispense with, what's currently before this council. But next meeting, probably a little tight.
Okay.
For all
I'll
this.
back off.
Yeah.
I'll back off.
Alder Profit.
Yeah, I just have again with the timeline, just clarifying question, because we have an ordinance change also, so that has this. So my question, I guess, to the city attorney, some of the things that have been proposed and discussed, how many of those would actually be ordinance changes? Because the way I'm reading it now, like that noise enforcement ordinance is called out as part of the 3 strike in what's being proposed tonight. So if that were to change down the road, because I'm thinking that's like a 6-month at least process to hash out what that chronic nuisance premise and all that noise ordinance is defined as, this change, if we were to make it in what's before us tonight, would then, whenever that last piece of it got hashed out, would be reflected and captured in what we currently have. So I guess what I'm asking is the creation of the letter template, is that really something that's within the ordinance? Basic house rules on the listing, is that something that's within the ordinance, or is that a policy? Because I'd like to just dispel of the ordinance changes that I think had resounding support and everyone agrees on these minute changes, but effective changes that people want to see. So again, within this term for all of us, but a lot of these I'm just questioning, are they going to be changes to the physical ordinance, or is it a policy?
Attorney Chart.
Sure. Let me take all those up at once. So the noise ordinance, you are correct that it's a separate standalone ordinance. It's chapter 24, so it's a cross-reference. So to the extent that there's a cross-reference, that would be updated at a future time. It is a separate ordinance. So it could be amended as such with the reference, and when chapter 24 is updated, the cross-reference is updated. On the letters, again, I should note that this is the first time, these are not things that we've researched to what extent they are allowed legally. I would anticipate the letters could just be a policy decision made by staff to decide to send them, because the onus is on us to do that. In terms of a requirement for the landowner to publish or make available certain rules, that's likely something that we would want in the ordinance. Does it have to be? I think that's a question to be answered, which we could probably answer pretty quickly. Was there a fourth thing that you were asking about? There was a previous change.
No, I think that covers it. So that second one on the house rules is something that could be researched. Just because I'm thinking, again, I would like a timeline. So I feel like our January 20th council, given what you just said, would be plenty, hopefully. I would defer to the administration, but just on that particular piece, because I think the noise ordinance, we could still move forward with the rest of this, knowing that noise ordinance and the chronic nuisance ordinance would get changed at a later date and already be reflected in the changes we have tonight.
Yeah, I would just note that I believe it was a staff recommendation, and Attorney Wood's recommendation, though, for the changes under Section 13 in terms of the accumulation of 3 or more violations, that we need to add some additional language. Could that come back by the next meeting? Potentially, but we need to add some additional due process language in there that's similar to the process that we do for revoking other permits or and licenses in the city.
So not next meeting, but January 20th, potentially. Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Alder Eckton, Alder Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. So my understanding in talking with Attorney Cochard earlier is that referring this back to staff, but then it would go through protection and policy before coming back to council. So, just keeping that in mind, it wouldn't necessarily be referring and asking for it to come to our January council meeting. It would be going to our protection and policy after they work out the details of that those additions of the three strike policy, rather than working it out tonight and figuring out what that all looks like. Like you said, a lot of language has to be changed, and having them work with the short-term rental alliance to come up with which they had some really great ideas, and I think they would be very helpful in this process. So with all that said, I'm just saying it would be that extra stop at protection and policy.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to say that if this is referred to staff, recommendations would go to the appropriate committees or commissions based on what those are.
Right. I know we were just talking about what council meeting.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you.
Alder Grant.
Well, and I think Attorney Kochar, did you want to, looked
Attorney
like you were
Kochar?
going to respond.
So just a clarification that no, the mayor's absolutely correct. It would be based on the changes we made. So the noise ordinance, chapter 24, which affects much more than just short-term rentals, is likely a protection policy item. And then to the extent that other changes were made were zoning related, they probably need to go back through the planning commission. So again, back to the mayor's point, appropriate committee based on the changes that are made.
Alder Grant.
Okay, thank you. And I honestly, if you would rather a separate communication be submitted, that's fine. I guess the reason I bring this up at the timing that I do is because I would like us to discuss, do we need a three strike policy? If we do these, is it worth starting with this? I guess my question is, what problem are we tackling? Is it a nuisance? Do we already have ordinances that fix those nuisances? Why are we, I guess I want to know what the problem is. And we already have a noise ordinance. We already have parking rules. We can't enforce a permit limit. There's things we can and can't do. So I'm questioning, do we feel that the tools in front of us currently aren't adequate, or do they need to be tweaked and we can move forward and see how these changes affect any issues or complaints? Maybe we implement these and we see nuisance complaints go down. And we don't need a three strike rule. I did talk to Chief Davis, and if he has any further feedback since we talked, I would love to see data that these rental properties or these short-term rental properties are more of a nuisance than any other property in the city, being homeowners or other renters. Every property, I shouldn't say every, a lot of properties get police calls. Are we evicting them right away? I guess my point is, I want proof that these are truly a reoccurring nuisance, because I haven't seen that. Some of the police calls that we've heard about are barking dogs or car door slamming. Again, show me an issue that is above and beyond a typical homeowner or an existing renter throughout the city, whether they're short-term or long-term. And if you can't show me that data, why are we implementing a three strike rule or a 180-day rule or a 6-day rule to a problem that I don't have proof is here?
Thanks, Alder Presley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I would like to point out first that the three strike rule is certainly more specific, but potentially more permissive than what is currently in the code. There could be a revocation after one violation in the current code. So this is a much more specific way of addressing this, and clearly outlines what level of violation has to occur in order to revoke a permit. This is something that, was originally in the Equal Rights Commission's report, and came from people asking, what does it take to get a revocation? And the answer was not clear. So if you're looking for questions about whether this is worthwhile, maybe not, but right now we could just start revoking after one strike. So, I don't think that's what people would want. And I have from testimony from short-term rental owners, this is not the issue that they have had. So I don't see why we can't go ahead with this now. I would be in favor of having two separate things, passing what we have in front of us now and having some referral to staff for other items. If that was going to be two separate motions, I would want to amend the motion for referral to staff to also look into fee changes and what some of the short-term rental owners have proposed, which is using a portion of fees to go towards affordable housing. So if we're going to do that, again, we don't have any amendments on the board yet, I don't think. So I guess we'll have the conversation first, but I want to bring that
There's
up.
one amendment.
Oh, what is the amendment?
Alder Grants.
Oh. Okay. I'll wait.
I don't know how we're describing these things tonight, but I think it was characterized as an amendment. Yes, and before we open the floor, I just want to make the point that obviously council can be as prescriptive as you all want to be, but it's becoming a little tricky to laundry list all of these things. It would be possible to refer this item back to staff, maybe with what the planning commission has recommended, and then just allow staff to recommend the most effective way of enforcing and regulating based on essentially a current law that we have in Green Bay. Alder Ritterbusch.
One of the biggest things that I'd like to see, I mean, I agree with a lot of what's being said here, but I think there needs to be a committee between the Short-Term Rental Alliance and the City of Green Bay to come together and find out the best practices that work for everybody. And I think this has brought a lot of people together, this topic. And I think if we sit down with these people that are sitting in this room right now, I think we can put our heads together and I think we can come up with a really good solution and be a model for short-term rentals in the area. Thank you.
Alder Gallo.
I was going to add in, when we're trying to decide 3 strikes, instant revocation, things like that, how many of you have ever had to call the police department because of a loud neighbor or behavior that was going on around your residence? Now imagine somebody who suddenly has a short-term rental that's being rented out, and it's a Packer Sunday or something like that, and all of a sudden you're having to call 2 or 3 times, you're getting woken up 2 or 3 times, but you only call once. I mean, then when the officers come, officers have discretion. Are they busy that night? Do they have time to do a full investigation, or as they drive up, the noise isn't that bad, so they give them a warning and on they go? And then 3 months later it's repeated, months later it's repeated. So we do have to develop something, and it has to have standards. You look at our chronic nuisance for rentals and homes and things like that, where we hold the owners responsible. Same thing with businesses. So I think we do need to listen to what the public has to say, but we also have to give due consideration to the people that are living next to these places and what they have to put up with. How much do they put up with before they finally call? What's the straw that broke the camel back? And then somebody shows up and gives them a verbal warning, and they're like, oh man, So I think these are things that we all have to keep in mind as we're moving forward with this. Thank you.
All right, are we ready? Motion on the floor made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Ritterbusch. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We have a stack here, and as I think Alder Hinkfist was referencing earlier, we have heard a lot of testimony, and it has been enlightening, absolutely, for all of us, but just asking people not to rehash things that have already been stated and keep things as succinct as possible so we can get our council to a decision as quickly as we can tonight. So with that, we've got Pete Borchardt. And then just a reminder, name and address and 3 minutes.
Sure. So I'm a new resident to Green Bay, so I'm new to all this. So my name is Peter Borchardt. I live at 1524 Gatewood in Jim's Lombardi neighborhood. So this is kind of like I said, I'm new. I just moved in 4 or 5 months ago. So I have not had any problems with my neighbors since I live on Gatewood, right across the street from the elementary school there. My traffic's low, but that doesn't mean it's going to stay that way. Especially with corporations and landlords buying up properties around the area. With this 3 strike rule, it definitely needs to be boiled down to what is a strike? And is that one renter the strike, or is that whole house the strike? That I need to know answers for. And also just having short-term rentals, as you guys have probably heard 1,000 times, this is my first meeting, so I don't know what's been spoken about before or not. It drives the cost of housing go up. We paid probably 25% more than we would if we moved 5 miles away from Lambeau. That's fine though. We love the Packers. And I really do I love my neighbors. I got to meet them all. They came over to my open house. They even, said, hey, we can help you shovel the snow since you're new in town. I won't get that with short-term rentals. I won't even get an answer on the door. And that makes me sad because I like a neighborhood. I like community. That's why I moved here. That's why a lot of us have moved here or live here or stay here. So whatever protects residents that are long-term renters or owners, I'm in favor of. Now, I'm not going to go over everything like you said, so I'm going to leave it there. But just please keep us in mind when you're voting, because we have to live next to these renters. We have to listen to the noise. And yes, like another gentleman said, a lot of them just, hey, keep it down and move on. That's not a strike. So I'll leave it up to the dozens of other people here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up is Joseph Roscoe.
Hello. I'm Joey Roscoe. I live on 3019 Cactus Court. Shout out to my fellow Joey. I am an accounting student at UWGB. I will hopefully, fingers crossed, be graduating this spring. And as I plan to move into the job market in Green Bay, I'm thinking about where I want to live, because I was born here, I was raised here, I want to live in Green Bay. And short-term rentals, as Pete said, tend to drive up rental costs in the area for long-term renting. This is very important to me, as I will be on a new higher salary as it is. And I think that it's important that if we have these short-term rentals in our community, that they be held to a certain standard. That these aren't just short-term rentals. People are visiting our city and oftentimes living in houses in our city. They're going to be seeing what it's like to live here. And I believe that a certain amount of standard should be held to these rentals in order to make sure that if we are depriving our citizens of available housing, that housing be put to good use. I am in favor of that 3-strike policy for that reason. I've heard it said a lot that there's like a housing crisis in Green Bay. I'm sure everyone here has opinions on that, but it's important to know that housing isn't just something that we all own. It's a part of our community, and I believe that by implementing policies that regulate how we use it, we can make sure that everyone can get what they want. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thanks, sir. Next up, Cinnamon Harvey.
Hi, I'm Cinnamon Harley. I live at 1198 Canterbury Road, and I'm actually a long-term landlord. I'm totally against the 3-strike rule, because it could be retaliatory, and we have a system in place for long-term rentals that they could be part of that. We have the landlord alert system. They could either join in that or create another one, so that if the neighbors don't contact the representative or the owner and they have to call the police, they're going to be alerted. By 4 o'clock the next morning, they get an email. They could be part of that or create their own system, even though they're not regular landlords. They could do a community officer engagement. I'm on a texting basis with my community officer. He probably hates me, but we talk all the time. They do have nuisance property rules. They do for landlords, homeowners, all of that. This is something that you can sweep right into that and make sure that they're following all the nuisance laws. They're alerted, and there are plenty of properties. I mean, not a great amount, but there are properties that the city has had to take possession of because they are chronic nuisance problems. And this is something that could be resolved for that. I mean, there's so many different things. The city also has a process in place for shutting down businesses that are chronic problems. They just did that with stage 1. They already have all of this in place. There's no reason to reinvent the wheel. And so they jumped on top of this, the affordable housing. There's 422 units being used. We have already determined these would not fall into the affordable housing. There are so many different things that the city can do to help that. One, get on that zoning change for the ADUs. It's already written that ADUs cannot be used for short-term housing. So right there, we're creating housing for the exact people that we need to have them in, we can streamline some of the city processes, what we've seen them do today, to start actually cutting the red tape to bring developers into the city. We all know about the Green Bay Premium. It is a thing. If we can streamline that stuff, we'd invite more developers to come to the city, and then we'd also reduce some of the costs because they charge us more to work here from the red tape and the frustration. And I got a question, the whole using the earmarked money for the affordable housing to build that barn first by JBS. Part of that project is for affordable housing. Why don't we start there instead of the barn? That's just my own suggestion. And the last thing that I have is for the ERC. They bring these reports with concern, no problem with that. But how about we don't actually entertain these reports until it's documented they've already talked to all the stakeholders to come up with some of these solutions beforehand to actually cut down on this time that it's taking for you guys when you could be dealing with other city issues. That is my recommendation for that, is make sure that the reports have everyone included so we're already working on the solutions before it comes here. That's all I have.
Thanks for
to
your
say.
testimony. Just real quick, the ADU changes have been made by this council either tonight or a couple weeks ago. So that's been done. And there's 100 units of workforce housing being constructed as we speak at JBS. So
That's awesome.
just so you're aware.
Right. And the other thing is I do like Alder Grant's suggestions as well.
Very well. Questions for our guest? All right. Thank you. Next up is Jeannie Biebel.
My name is Jeannie Biebel. I live at 938 South Jackson Street. I apologize. I haven't been able to attend meetings prior to this. What I am about to say probably should have been presented at an earlier meeting, so bear with me. I grew up and currently live in the Astor neighborhood. For as long as I can remember, and I'm 74 years old, my neighborhood was loaded with affordable apartments and homes. They've evaporated. They're gone. My neighborhood, as many other neighborhoods in Green Bay, has become oversaturated with short-term rentals. I can't walk a block in any direction from my residence without passing at least one short-term rental. The same for the block after that and the block after that. I've been watching the rapid increase in these short-term rentals in the area for several years and found there are many more than are actually known. Some are flying under the radar without the required inspections and permits. They advertise on websites without including a photo of the front of the rental or one that does not show the address number. And as soon as they get a renter, they pull the ad. Some claim it's their primary residence. It's not. I have discovered and reported numerous properties operating in these ways, and that can be confirmed by City Inspector Tim Meaves, and more recently, the compliance specialist for short-term rentals, Mike Botot. Reports of people using these properties for criminal activity are growing across the country, and it's happening here in Green Bay. Background checks are not routinely done on potential renters, and I have experienced some very sketchy people in the short-term rental right next door to me, including suspected gun traffickers with rented protection dogs. There's way too many issues with that short-term rental to go into here tonight, but the city ordinances did not help. Neither did the renter who lives out of state. He didn't want to hear it. I tried contacting him. He didn't want to hear it. Bulk home purchases by institutional investors, turning them into short-term rentals, in my opinion, is the latest get-rich-quick scheme. That's why we're seeing so many of them. Easy money. They're pushing prices up and making it impossible for people to stay here. The homeless numbers are increasing, and respectable, long-time residents are moving out of Green Bay because they cannot afford to live here. My own rent has doubled, and I'm not exaggerating. It has doubled in just the last few years. As longtime local residents get priced out, who remains? Only those who already own a home and don't rent it out short term. Goodbye, young families hoping to buy their first home. Goodbye to those struggling to pay rent. Goodbye, students, artists, seniors on fixed incomes, and anyone who can't afford to compete with the budgets of the short-term renters. Goodbye, neighborhood diversity. Goodbye, affordable housing. The sad devastation of affordable housing is, in my opinion, due to two factors: the explosion in the number of these rentals and the lack of more strict oversight of them from our city council. Green Bay isn't unique to all the problems caused by short-term rentals. The difference is that numerous other cities across the United States are taking action and enacting more strict regulation of them to address affordable housing shortages and protect neighborhood quality of life. Some cities are banning them completely. Many cities are banning them completely.
Ma'am, your 3
There
minutes.
is solid,
Ma'am.
documented evidence that limiting.
Your 3 minutes has expired.
I have 2 more sentences.
Okay.
Some cities are banning them completely. There is solid documented evidence that limiting short-term rentals reduces rental and housing costs and preserves the availability of affordable housing. Year after year, I'm told the city knows there's a lot of problems and the legal department is looking into what can be done. Now is the time to do something. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Yeah, Alder Prophet.
Thank you for your testimony. I vaguely remember possibly that you were at the Equal Rights Commission maybe like a year and a half ago when there was some discussion about this, because I
Equal
remember.
Rights Commission meeting?
Yes, you were. Okay. So I'm trying not to be creepy, but you mentioned your address and you mentioned that there was a unit next to you that was kind of operating under the radar. So it kind of looks like you're in an upper and a lower. Is it one of those units that's right within your home, or it's a different one?
No, it's a duplex.
It's
half of a duplex next to me.
That's being utilized as an Airbnb under the
As a
radar?
short-term rental.
As a short-term rental. Okay.
Nothing
yeah.
but problems.
Nothing. Okay. Because I mean, I have the list. I think anyone who's been at the previous ones knows I have the list in front of me, and there's none on your street that are being permitted through the process.
Right on.
So
I'm on
okay.
right next to a corner.
Okay. Yeah.
It's on the corner.
Appreciate that, because I think that's another layer of enforcement. Like, what does our process look like as a city when we get valid complaints that there are ones that aren't following our process? It's already very well documented. So thank you for adding that layer.
Questions? Alder Grant.
Thank you. Have you contacted the police at all when you saw some of these concerns?
It started most recently with, we've had renters there that had 4 dogs or more. When animal control comes out, they don't come. The renters don't come to the door. With the ones that were highly suspicious weapons trafficking, they had 2 dogs that they rented for protection. The people with the dogs aren't picking up after them, but according to animal control, I have to have video. Almost impossible to get.
Okay, so you did contact the police?
Yes.
Okay.
Alder Galvin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Beeble, I did some study on the stats last 2 years in my district. There's 27 STRs. 2 are owned by the homeowners. 10 are owned by people that live in the county. 10 more live by people that live in the city. 3 from outside the county but live in the state, and 2 are owned by people that live out of state. Total police calls for those 27 homes over 2 years was 26. After looking at each of those calls, only 4 of them I felt even came close to being of concern. And none of them, of the 4, only 2 were substantiated. None of the other ones were substantiated. Officers didn't find any evidence of any wrongdoing other than minor noise complaints or dogs defecating outside and the owner's not picking it up. So I just wanted to let everyone know that that's what's happening in my district. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Next up, we have Rick Skog.
Good evening. I'm Rick Skog. I'm also known as John. It's my legal name. I live at 2520 Sage Drive in Green Bay. I'm a lifelong resident, part of 8 generations that have called Green Bay home, dating all the way back to the mid-1800s. I raised my family here. I've owned a real estate brokerage and was one of the first to support and build a building in the I-43 Business Center, where Coldwell Banker is today. I could have lived somewhere else, maybe Tucson, where I went to university, but I'm glad I came back to Green Bay. In those early years of mine, living and working in Green Bay, if I had a chance to do it all over again, I probably would. So my life's history is right here. I love Green Bay. This has nothing to do with anything other than it's made me a pretty strong advocate for Green Bay. And that's an important characteristic for any host. I just want to talk for a moment about the Alliance. We've been going back and forth, the Alliance. I think I was part of the very first conversation about forming an alliance with Brooke. And from there, it just mushroomed, grew very fast. There's some amazing leadership in this room that you can take advantage of. Just great people. Man, if you want to start a business, seek these people out. So as the Alliance was growing, I began to hear more and more often, we need to help the city. We need to participate. We can do this. We can be helpful. And so I think that's an important part of what the Alliance offers. It's really morphed into something now more than I think was originally intended. It was kind of a defensive move. And now it's kind of like, we can help. We can assist. So it's now much easier for you to communicate with all of the short-term rental people as well. 1 call, 2 calls, and everybody will know that you have a message. We didn't have that before. So we're ambassadors to the city of Green Bay. The reason I spoke of my history here is that we're all ambassadors. We're trying to make sure when guests come to Green Bay that they have a great experience. And housing is all a part of that, right? And so in our business, repeat customers is the name of the game. And what's good about that is it's good for Green Bay too. People are coming back with their discretionary spending. So I just kind of want to flip the script a little bit and say, we want to thrive. When we thrive, the city thrives. We can generate more room tax, $1.6 million last year, just from short-term rentals. Better employment numbers. You know what? We want you to be proud of us. We want you to help us. In return, we'll do our best to help you by bringing operators, data, and industry expertise to the table. We all want regulations that are fair, effective, and enforceable. We all want to protect our neighborhoods. When we work together, we can achieve a very acceptable outcome for all of us.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any questions? Alder Presley.
Thank you for your testimony. What is the STR Alliance proposed as ways to address the housing crisis in Green Bay?
Well, there were discussions about diverting monies was one of them. I mean, I'm a firm believer that STRs are not impacting the housing shortage. I think we identified 6 or 7 properties that maybe in the end might have been available for short-term rentals or for low income rentals.
How do you define a low income rental?
Out of numbers that have been provided to us.
Okay.
I don't have specifics right with me right now, but
from my data, there are 90 short-term rentals that are under $250,000 based on the Zestimate from Zillow of their cost, which is more than there are on the market right now. But I guess going back to what I talked about earlier with diverting some of the fees for the permits toward affordable housing solutions, is that something you would be in favor of?
I'd be certainly interested in looking at it. I don't know the complexities of it, whether it's lawful or how easy it is to pass something like. I don't know. I'm not doing what you're doing, but certainly we would want to look at that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks for your testimony.
Okay, thanks.
Next up, we have David B. on Washington Street. Good evening. My name is David Badillo. I live in 118 South Washington Street, Green Bay. I'm in Alderman Johnson's district. I rise today as a landowner and aspiring landlord. We must embrace short-term rentals with open arms, much like Los Angeles County did, because that's what I think of when I think of Green Bay. I think of LA, California. LA County has seen their property values increase on average to 3.6% from 2008 to present. Imagine that. So much property value. And that's just the unwalkable urban sprawl. Could you imagine with a walkable city like ours? I did. In Hollywood, the Hollywood Boulevard and the Walk of Fame, 15% property value up. But David, the homeless population has increased by 37% from the same time frame. I say to you, those people don't own property, so they don't matter. And since they don't matter, I stand in solidarity with all the other landlords in advocating for expanding of my rights and prerogatives at the expense of working people, the marginalized, and the working poor. But in all seriousness, that was all sarcasm, if you didn't get it. But in all seriousness, short-term rentals should not only be strictly regulated, but they should be outright banned. Stop acting so helpless. You are the city council of Green Bay. We have invited you with enormous power. Short-term rentals are a cancer and must be stamped out before it kills our civic body. If this alliance is so perfect, sell your rentals and buy a hotel. That way you be in one location. Would you rather 1,500 small casinos or one that you have to go to? I want to address the rest of the property owners here. In your hands, you wield enormous power. Use it for the public good. You could dump those short-term rentals onto the market, thereby bringing down the cost of living here and the cost of housing. If we can get some of our neighbors off the street, or, screw it, just pocket more money, because, as my grandfather always used to say, it's not about spending time with your family or being home with your community. It's about money and everything it buys. You can take it with you. He was kind of suffering from Alzheimer's at the end there. I have one more second, sorry. It's up to us to try to eradicate human suffering in our time. To plant trees we will never sit underneath. We cannot take it with us. We can leave it better than we found it. If you don't agree with me, by all means, turn Green Bay into a theme park for the rich. Any questions? All right, thanks for your testimony. Next up is Mark Danon.
Well, good afternoon, members of the Common Council. My name is Mark Danon. I serve on the leadership of the Short-Term Rental Alliance, and I'm also a town board supervisor in Ledgeview. I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you.
Address,
Oh,
sir?
address, sorry, 825 Spring Hills Court, Deep Ear. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you, and I thank you for your open-mindedness that you have all shown throughout this process. As you guys consider the short-term rental future in Green Bay, I just want to highlight an important point that Alder Grant had brought up just recently. The city already has strong, comprehensive regulation around short-term rentals. In fact, as you well know, there is a litany of things that an owner needs to do before they can operate a short-term rental in the city. Not the least of which, having it inspected by the county sanitarian, applying for the permit, providing the city with house rules, parking schematics, proof of insurance, etc. These regulations they're not just theoretical, they do work. They create accountability, they provide protection for our neighbors and our guests, and they give the city clear direction on reviewing, good operators from bad operators. But when challenges exist is not actually out of the ordinance itself, it's the implementation and the enforcement of what we already have. So my ask of you tonight is simple. Rather than adding new restrictions, things like a 3-strike rule that have a lot of ambiguity, I ask you and I implore you to continue working collaboratively with the Short-Term Rental Alliance, as Alder Ritterbusch had mentioned earlier. Because I think together we can strengthen and streamline the enforcement of what's already currently at our disposal in the city of Green Bay. We can improve how the tools that we have are applied, and we can be far more effective than adding on extraneous things that we probably do not need at this point. So I thank you for your time and your willingness to listen. And I appreciate the work you do for the community. So,
Thanks for your testimony. Just a quick question for me, and then Alder Presley, just putting on your Town of Ledgeview hat. I was just sort of curious if you all have grappled with this at all, or how it's been handled in the town.
So we're a bit smaller. We haven't, as of right now, we do not have a short-term rental ordinance.
Okay, got it. Thanks, Alder Presley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your testimony. So would you then prefer, in terms of the 3 strikes rule, that we stay with our current ordinance, which allows potentially a revocation after 1 strike?
What I would prefer is really having a seat at the table to actually really discuss this and what this looks like. Because I think right now you have the tools, right? But as we've learned throughout this process, there's a lot of, well, I didn't know that was a short-term rental, or I didn't know this, or I didn't know that. I think we need to do better at the tools that we currently have. Let's use them. Let's work together to just strengthen what we already have.
Okay. Another question. Do you consider the short-term rentals a business, like the ones that you own? Are they businesses, or are they your house?
I consider it an opportunity, and I consider it a value for the city of Green Bay and for those that come here.
Okay, so you wouldn't consider it a business?
Again, as I've answered, I consider it an opportunity.
Okay. Yeah. Do you think it should be regulated like a business?
I think it is regulated. I think there's, if you look at the regulations that already exist, I mean, you can't just open them up. And if you do, as one of the speakers said before, I think those are the ones that we want to use, these tools that you already have, to help enforce operators that are doing things without doing them the right way.
So if we could regulate it like a business, where it's decided by zone, it has to be in commercial or mixed or whatever, would you be in favor of that, since it's already like a business?
No, because I don't think that's right to determine what part of an area should allow tourists that want to come to Green Bay and spend time, and that they can only do it here or they can only do it there. I don't think that makes sense.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thanks for your
Thank
testimony,
you.
sir. Next, we've got Tyler Leroy.
Tyler Leroy, 3184 Morning Woods Court. So Alder Grants, you read my speech, so I'll still go through it because I think it's important to highlight. You guys have a lot of levers, right? You can implement 3 strikes, you can do all these other things. What I know will solve nuisance problems is to learn from the people that do this the best, right? I personally operate in many municipalities, and I only can be successful with implementing best practices. So just again, want to thank you for all of your hard work through this process. I'm part of the SDR leadership team. I really want to focus on the solution that's consistently delivers the best results for neighborhoods, clear communication, and consistent expectations. A quick example, earlier this year, you know what, I did get a call from a neighbor. They told me there was a noise disturbance next door. And within minutes, I was able to solve it and restore the peace. But most importantly, I built credibility with that neighbor that they felt trust in calling me without any police call, without any city involvement. That's exactly how we handle effective communication and how it should be functioned. But not all neighbors know who to call. A simple policy change can fix that. Our first proposal, every time there's a license renewal or a new license, the city mail out a postcard to nearby neighbors with operators' contact information and the clear 3-step communication process. Contact the operator first. That should always be their first line of defense, and regardless of how big or small the issue should be. Give them a chance, because every operator, at least the operators that I interact with, want to be successful operators. If it's not resolved, then call the non-emergency police line. If concerns continue, then involve city officials. This gives neighbors clarity, holds operators accountable, and keeps city resources focused where you guys are needed most. Our second proposal, which you already heard, we must ensure guests understand local rules. I truly believe most people are good people. They just really don't know the rules. Most nuisances happen because visitors just simply don't know them. Require operators to show proof of the city rules, required in their listings, and require those same rules be posted inside that front door. Brown County Health and Safety already come by annually to do their inspections. Simple check. Are the city rules posted on the front door visible for everyone that walks through that door? This guarantees that every guest and every SDR receives clear expectations on quiet hours, parking, and neighborhood standards. These best practices work. They reduce complaints, build trust with neighbors, and minimize unnecessary involvement, while preserving tourism and economic benefit SDRs contribute to Green Bay. Let's move forward with what's proven to work: communication, education, and accountability. So thank you for your time and partnership.
Thanks for your testimony. Any questions? Alder Grant, then Hutchison.
Thank you for your testimony. And we spoke a lot, and that's where some of these ideas came from. So thank you for your time. Can you just kind of elaborate, though, for the council, how those house rules, when posted on the site, how that helps?
Yeah, absolutely. So anytime someone wants a book, say on Airbnb, they do have to read through the house rules that are customizable for everyone. So in there, I have a whole list of house rules. If they're coming in, here's our quiet hours, here's what's expected, and they actually have to agree to it. I follow up with a rental agreement, but that's part of the process, is they're actually agreeing to the house rules to be able to accept it on our terms and conditions. If once they do that, then I automatically have a lever, and I've pulled that lever. I can call Airbnb, regardless of what their terms and conditions are, and state house rules have been broken, and here's the proof with my security camera footage, and I've been able to enforce it in that way.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alder Hutchison.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. A lot of good ideas. You are what I would call someone we want to manage short-term rentals. The city has to deal with all short-term rental managers and owners. Some are not going to be like you. Some don't care. Some, it's just money, okay? It's fact life. I mean, because you own a short-term rental doesn't mean you're an outstanding human being. It means you're in the business, okay? So how do we deal with someone who doesn't care? So that's why we're coming up with this short-term, the three 3 strikes is because all people are not like you, and we have to deal with it. And so, what would you recommend if there's an owner or manager who doesn't care? What should we do?
Well, it starts with forcing best practice, right? So things like the house rules posted on the house, in the house. I don't care if they care or not. It's going to happen if you want to be operating in the city. So a lot of that, I think it's just we need to figure out how to force best practices. I think we have a lot of great ideas, and I think that's important for us to think through with staff involvement on just getting best practices forced in. And you guys have tools. I think a lot of things is just more education. Like, do we have quiet hours? Do we? Yeah, I think we do, right? But we need to vet out what are the tools that are already at our disposal so that we better utilize them in cases where they need to be utilized.
Okay, but I understand you're saying information is good for people to know, but there's going to be bad actors. So we have to deal with reality of bad actors. So we have to come up with ways to do it.
Yeah.
We don't have to deal with good actors. Okay. We hope everyone is like you. So we got to deal with bad actors. So that's what we have to come up with our language. And we would look forward to help on this. How do we deal with that?
So we're not like adamantly opposed of the 3 strike. We don't firmly support it because there's just a lot that needs to be vetted out with that because it can be misused. Where I strongly want you guys to go is implement best practices and see how it goes. Because I'm confident we can help operators that really want to stay in the city be better operators.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Alder Presley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your testimony. How many short-term rentals do you own?
I own one outright, but I manage properties.
Gotcha. And you listed 3184 Morning Woods Court as your address. Yeah. Is that your permanent
That's the one I
address?
own.
Got it. Do you live in Green Bay?
No, I don't.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? All right. Thanks for your testimony. Anyone else who'd like to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Alders. I'll keep it very short and sweet. My name is Ryan Spouty. I live on the 900 block of Willard Drive in Ashwaubenon. It's my honor to represent both the west side of the city and the village in the state assembly. Just going to say the obvious, the state is the problem. We all know it. The state is the problem. We have taken the best tools out of your toolkit to tackle the issue of short-term rentals. And after banging my head against the wall and screaming into the void for a few months down in Madison, I've come to the realization that any attempt to put those tools back in your toolkit, that's not going to happen until we have a new majority down in Madison, until we have a new speaker. That being said, the state has taken the best tools out, but not all of the tools. You have some at your disposal to tackle this issue. When I talk to my constituents, many of whom I share with members here, with alders here, their top issue is affordability. It's the cost of everything, including the cost of housing. They would like to see our housing stock protected in Green Bay. They would like to see you take some steps. And I'm pushing you, alders, to go as far as you can right now on this issue, to use the tools that you have to enact responsible, efficient regulations around short-term rentals. My favorite FDR quote, if I can quote it accurately, FDR said, it's common sense to take a method and to try it. If that method fails, just admit it. Admit it honestly and try something new. But above all, do something. I'm pushing you, alders, to go as far as you can on this issue, to use the tools that are available to you to tackle the issue of short-term rentals. Thank you very much. Be happy to take some questions now or afterwards as well.
Thanks, Representative. Any questions? All right. Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you all.
Ron Morris, 306 North Clay. I was here some time ago about a noise complaint with a property that has been closed. It was a dual sports bar. So I know a little something about good neighbors and not so good neighbors, and that the city will indeed take action on irresponsible neighbors. So there's a couple of things that I want to point out, and a question that today has been answered for me, I believe, is this. The question about short-term rentals seems to be a response to the availability, or what is perceived to be the lack of availability of housing in the greater Green Bay area. And based on some limited amount of research that I've done, the amount of housing that's represented by short-term rentals is relatively small. It has been estimated that the short-term rentals represent approximately 3 to 5% of the housing necessary in the greater Green Bay area. And I believe that this council is already taking action on increasing the number of housing that's being made available in the range of it, whether it be low income, whether it be multifamily homes and so forth. But another thing that is pointed out, and people continue to repeat over and over, as if short-term housing is the problem, is affordability. We might recognize that shortly after COVID, the price of housing skyrocketed. Had nothing to do with short-term rental. We might also agree that income has been relatively stagnant in a variety of different areas, which has nothing to do with short-term rental product or the affordability of it. We might also, if we are not conducting lazy research, that jobs are fundamentally plentiful in the greater Green Bay area, but they're not necessarily in the same places where the housing is, or where housing is. So there is something that I want to share with you, because the question has been asked about responses. One of the things that I, in response to this thing called 3 strikes policy, there's a draft ordinance in Galveston, Texas, a short-term rental licensing board, where 3 documented violations verified by police and neighbors in a 12-month period will trigger a review. The corrected issue does not count as a strike. Uncorrected will lead to a fine or the license being revocated or revoked. It happens to be aimed at 4,200 units. It's resident driven, and it has a lot to do with some of the same things that we've heard here. Believe me when I say I am also a short-term rental owner. I have a duplex and so forth. But I've also am a bit empathetic to the men and women who own properties that are irresponsible. Thank you. That are irresponsible neighbors. So I am sort of on both sides, but draconian rules and increasing fees just to offset housing costs, that's a bit lazy, in my opinion.
Thanks for your testimony. Any questions? All right.
Hi, my name is Keith Schneider. I live at 1141 Guns Road. Something that hasn't been addressed in the 3 meetings that I've been to, and I would address Alderman Priestley's issue. My son bought his home, turned a 2-family nuisance home at 903 North Broadway into a single-family home with a mother-in-law suite, and used the mother-in-law suite as an Airbnb. So he lived in his STR, rented the upstairs off, and the upstairs as an Airbnb was the only way he could afford to buy his new home. And that's something that hasn't been addressed is STRs can help a first-time home buyer. And there are things implemented within the city for turning two-family homes into something just like this. It gives you preferential viewing so that flippers aren't buying the houses and stuff like that. So there are some things in place to help first-time home buyers with SDRs available to them. That's all I have to say.
That's your testimony. Questions? All right. Thank you, sir.
Hello. I'm Samantha Lang. I live at 1825 Cormier Road, which is actually across the street from Green Bay too, I believe. I live in Ashwaubenon. But I want to live in Green Bay. I actually moved here from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. I used to work for Schneider for different opportunities with that company. Before I get started, this was given to me when I came in the door. I'm not in support of SDRs, but something that they said not to do was don't refight the 7-day or 180-day issues. Can I talk about that still, even though it was like removed? Okay. So I'm a renter. I've always rented. I've never owned a home, but I want to. So I'm asking that be put back on the table. I believe that you threw 19,500 renters like me under the bus to protect, I think, like 44 local short-term rental business owners and an entire army of outside investors. So 2/3 of STR owners, I don't think live in Green Bay. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. But a lot of them did zoom in from places like Florida and Texas and California. Even my landlord, I don't live in a short-term rental. I live in a long-term rental, but they don't live in Wisconsin. They live in Missouri. I figured that out because I looked up the property tax information online. So anyway, those people will never shovel a sidewalk here. They will not vote here, and they will never pay rent here. But somehow they got more respect in this room than the people who actually live here, like me, because of the consequences of those decisions. Rent is up double digits 3 years in a row, I'm pretty sure. Families are getting priced out of their rentals, including me. I did have to move out of a rental into a cheaper rental because my rental company doubled my rent in a year. So meanwhile, we have affordable homes, and I actually want to clarify something. Affordable homes does not mean low income. It means affordable for working people, working mothers like me, being used as mini hotels than we have for sale. I can't buy a house here, and I really feel that it's a takeover of our housing. The softest guardrail imaginable was torn down because of investors, or because a handful of investors told you to. So also an appropriate, an efficient style of accommodations for a weekend stay is a hotel. I actually had to work 2 jobs for a long time, and one of those jobs was at a hotel. Not a home that should be housing a family year-round like mine. We love our football team, but what makes football great is the community that's being sold out. My husband is actually from Iowa, and he moved here because he loves the Packers so much. So I really think that you do have a choice, and that's to represent the 44 business owners or represent an entire city, and you cannot do both. So I would ask that you fight for the people who live here, not for the people that are profiting off of my back and our backs. So put that 7-day minimum and 100-day cap back on the table. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Any questions? Thank you.
Hey everybody, John Shelton, 1045 South Webster Avenue. I'll make this really quick because I know y'all been here for a while, and now this is like several meetings worth of these conversations. I was talking to somebody and they made me kind of think about this issue in a way that I think maybe we haven't thought about it. And Alder Presley's question got to this a little while ago. Short-term rentals, they are businesses. And I want to come back to what Representative Spouty said in terms of us not having the proper tools at the local level to really regulate these businesses the way that we can others. Culvers, all right? I love Culvers. I'm not ashamed to admit that. It's awesome. If Culvers opened up, took housing and opened up restaurants in the middle of our neighborhoods, we would have a problem with that. And that's what short-term rentals are. They're basically taking a property that would typically be used for housing, either owning housing or renting housing, and turning it into a business, an opportunity, business, whatever you want to call it. That's what it is. And we would zone that if that were any other kind of business. But the reality is we don't have the proper tools to do something about this. So, with all due respect to everybody here, this is not going to go away as an issue, right? The number of short-term rentals have continued to increase over the past few years, irrespective of the draft. We know that. We know that the majority of short-term rentals are owned by people who don't live in our city. And so this isn't going away. Whatever happens here today, we have to do something at the state level. And this conversation is going to continue. We will be having this conversation again in the future if we don't take action today to do something about this. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Thanks for the testimony. Any questions? All right.
Thanks.
Man. Anyone else? Last chance.
All right. First off, 90 properties under 250. You have to factor in property taxes. Property taxes have
name and address,
increased.
sir?
Oh, Mike Boyer, 2400 Riddle. I don't live in Green Bay, but I'm from Green Bay. Family lives in Green Bay. So for the 90 properties under 250 claim, if you factor in interest and everything else and property taxes, it's still unaffordable to the majority of people in Green Bay because the average person only makes $62,000. Average household is only $62,000. STRs are driving up prices and taxes. Less than 1% of Green Bay housing stock is STR. So that's like blaming 20 years of underbuilding affordable housing, like blaming the band on the Titanic for sinking. Even if we get rid of all the 430 short-term rentals in the area, 97% of them are still unaffordable to the average person. Party houses, nobody defends bad actors. Like, we're not here, like, there's people that do not deserve a license. Like, have you driven around town? Like, they don't deserve a license to drive. They shouldn't be doing any, like to just blame, like, are you going to take everybody's license away because there's a couple subpar drivers out there? I don't think that makes any sense. Stadium district, I mean, the taxes have risen across the entire community. The stadium district has risen the most, not just because short-term rentals, it's just a desirable area. It's like if there was waterfront, if somebody dug a pond, and this is a big pond, people want to live on the pond, like a lake, like Lake Leon up in Swamico. That's a popular area. You pay more taxes to live there. It's something that happened. I mean, if you look up property taxes all across the town, you look up property taxes over there, you look at the stagnant income. I mean, we have a lot of workers that get paid well, but we don't have enough workers making enough money to stop the issue. We have a huge issue here. And I don't think taking away STRs is going to help the issue. It's just another bandage. Like, I think we need to work together on figuring out affordable housing. Is it tiny houses? Is it allowing more small houses on lots that might not be used as multifamily? I have a house down in Florida, and they allow second homes on the properties just due to the housing being more expensive. I mean, I'm all game for, like, I'm in business. Let's be honest. I would like to figure out solutions to problems. That's why I'm in business, is because I come up with solutions to help individuals. Not like I'm not here just to say like, oh, like screw the homeless. No, how can we help them? Like, what can we do? What can we do to work together? Taking away jobs and businesses, last time I checked, is usually not something we do to increase affordability in our area and increase income in our area. Questions?
Alder Hutchison.
Okay, are you in the business of buying, selling homes at all? Or
Yeah.
okay,
Yep.
So I'm sure you've seen when you sell a $250,000 home. Sometimes it goes to someone who has to sell their $150,000 home. Okay,
That's true.
so what happens is there's this ripple effect, and I keep hearing there's only 9 homes that are affordable or whatever. That's not the thing. If all these homes were available, there'd be a ripple effect, and there'd be homes sold to get those homes. So it's not 9, it's something else, and who knows what it is. You can look at it. I think the where we're at right now with the number of STRs is the volume is relatively small. I'm concerned if that number grows, this is a different deal. Okay, we're small now, 430, 450. That's a small number. So we're dealing with small inches. So I think you're right. The numbers are low in terms of homes, but it could get larger, and that ripple effect would get much larger. So we have to just keep tabs on it. Okay. So thank you for coming up and talking. And you're in the business, so thanks.
And there's 2 things. Like, I would love to do like market research on exactly what you said. Like, under a $250,000 home buyer, is that going to be a first-time home buyer that's getting neighbor work funding and helping? Is it actually somebody like? Is it 1 out of 3? Is it 70% have a home to sell? I mean, you'd really almost have to do a study on that to figure that out. I agree 100%. And also, I think we would also have to look at how many new building permits are being issued in the citywide, because we are still underbuilt. It doesn't, like, whatever, you get rid of the 430 houses. How many people are on the streets right now? Or how many people are camped out, 5-6 people to a home that should only be sleeping 2, 3? Like, it's huge. Like, we got to do way more. We got to work better.
I agree.
Thank you. All right, anything else? Thanks.
All right.
Hi, my name's Ben Boutnick. I live at 3409 Glendale Avenue. I'm a short-term owner. I'm a short-term manager, as well as a realtor in town. And to echo the sentence of, yes, there is probably people have to sell a home to buy a home. In order to buy a home, there's many different things you have to qualify to do. You have to have the down payment, right? That's the biggest thing as a realtor that people struggle with. When COVID happened, everybody was like, I'm on top of each other. Let's go buy a new home. I'm sitting at home. I'm working from home. I don't have the space. Everybody went out. They bought a new home. Interest rates were low. People were able to buy more expensive houses. They were able to spend more money. If interest rates drop 1%, people can technically, numbers, there's some lenders in the room that can justify this a little bit better, but they can afford up to 20% more. If somebody's at $200,000 and interest rates drop 1%, they can now spend 20% more. Interest rates go up, it's 20% less. So as rates go up, affordability is out the window, right? So when COVID happened, everybody started moving. In order for us to get people into homes, we have to find a way to help them with down payment assistance. We have to find ways to help them with their down payment. There's grants out there, NeighborWorks. We need to find ways that we can put more money into that to helping people. A lot of times, hey, I do have people that can afford a home. They're going to use FHA financing. They're going to use NeighborWorks. Guess what? It requires a home inspection. It requires health and safety items to be fixed. A lot of these homes, handrails, chipping, peeling paint, broken glass. If it's not fixed, it will not fund. Guess what? Those people don't have the money to fix it. What do they do then? Guess what? They can't buy it. They can't get a loan for it. So it goes back on the market to somebody else. So it's fixing these problems. You want to make houses affordable. We need to fix some of these homes up. We have to have grants available, which we can use short-term rental money coming in. I think the short-term rental allowance is willing to help use some of these funds to create grants, create things where these people can have down payment assistance. These people can have funds. Hey, I'm buying a home, but there's 2 broken windows. I can't afford to fix those. I can't buy the home now. Guess what? There's a grant the city can give them, NeighborWorks. Fix the windows, pay us over time. Or some of them are even forgivable if you live there long enough in the home, or pay it back when you sell. But finding ways that we can help these people to be able to fix these problems in the homes, or the homes that they're going to buy, they need repairs. They can't get loans on them, if that makes sense. So that's my 2 cents on the different programs that we can help with.
Thank you. Question from Alder Presley.
Thank you for your testimony. So just to clarify, would you be in favor of a portion of fees being used towards a program to help first-time home buyers or affordable housing initiatives?
I'm not against it. Legally, what can the permit be used for? I mean, I've heard different rumors out there. It's probably a legal question. Permits can only be used for certain things. So is there a way of creating an additional fee that goes towards that? Is there a way of, hey, people that have short-term rentals, if they want to be a part of the short-term rental alliance, they find a way to raise some of this money to help go towards things like that. I think there's ways to help to create these things to be able to have the assistance to people that need it. And it's mainly affordability and being able to come up with a down payment.
All right, thank you. One quick question. I didn't catch your address. Are you in Green Bay?
I live at 3409 Glendale Avenue. So I live in Howard. I've lived in Green Bay most of my life.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Well, thank you.
Hey everybody, my name's Rochelle Allen. I'm at 1061 Roland Lane, which is technically the boundary of Howard and Green Bay, but my boyfriend and I have been trying to find a home in Green Bay since 2022. It's been a struggle. At least 12 months, 21 homes looked at, 3 offers made, nothing to show for it. So we are still trying. But one thing that hadn't been brought up that I would like to point out is that a healthy vacancy rate for a community is usually considered between 5% and 8% vacancy of housing. Right now, as far as I'm aware, the figures that I've seen are at 1.1% for Green Bay, which is down from 2.0% last year. And what that means is that there's really no time in between when houses become vacant and when they are purchased. And when we're thinking about short-term rentals, I know of some personal stories I've heard where, somebody bought a house, slapped some paint on it, made some nice-looking changes, but didn't necessarily actually fix the house. So I think that is something to take in consideration. I'm not saying everybody does that by any means, but it is something to be aware of when in a market like this, when people are desperately searching for homes and don't have homes, this is something to consider. That's going to indicate high demand, higher housing costs, lower affordability. Not only does that hurt people like me trying to buy a home for the first time. I'm 34, my boyfriend's 41. Neither of us have ever owned a home, but we would like to. It does contribute to Green Bay's housing or homelessness problem, which I know has been on a lot of people's minds, especially with colder months coming up, people losing assistance right now. Evictions are coming, and we've heard that in multiple city meetings. I do recognize that housing affordability is a multifaceted issue. It's not just STRs that are going to contribute to this problem. It sounds like we've made some great strides in removing some of the red tape for builders, trying to come up with some other possible solutions, but capping STRs or helping to limit them, making sure that they're in the hands of right owners or operators, is that something that can help people like me in the meantime? So thank you very much for your consideration, and I hope that you'll take that into deliberation.
Thanks for your testimony. Any questions? All right, thank you. Anyone else?
I'm Tanya Westmoreland. I live at 317 South Oakland Avenue. I am a 25-year renter. I stayed in this city because it's one of the greatest cities I know, and I know I don't want to see this become a Los Angeles, a Chicago, a Detroit, or New York. We have good people. We make decent money. We listen to each other. We share. We look after. Who's going to take care of the properties if they don't live here? A management company that they can't really track because they're not here? Who's going to take care of the people that are going into the places because they're not here? A management company? I believe that being regulatory is a wonderful thing, but who's going to do that? Whose pocket is that going to come out of? Is that going to come out of Green Bay's pocket? Are they going to pay for that to happen? I don't know the numbers. I'm not that number person. But I haven't heard a lot of people say the people. The people are the most important thing if we're serving them. I haven't heard that. Any questions?
Thanks for your testimony.
Hello, my name is Tyler Cabot, 111 North Broadway Street. I want to thank the council for hearing us all out and having these conversations. I think it sounds like everyone agrees the silver lining here is that we did create the Green Bay STR Alliance, and it sounds like we're going to continue to have conversations around how we can improve and work together. So that's really encouraging. A couple points I'd like to touch on that I heard tonight. Jim, I believe I heard you point out the number of STR licenses, and I think it was pointed out that the numbers had dropped from 24 to 25 after the draft. And I can speak from personal experience, at least with our management company. I've seen 3 of my owners have to sell in the last year because STRs are not as profitable. So these are properties that did go back into the market. So I think there's enough data in front of us to show that we may see the number of licenses drop at renewal time next year. So we keep talking about 440 properties. I think it's reasonable to assume that we will dip below that number by this time next year. So with the ideas that we already have in place to work together with the city, to work with the neighbors by putting the postcards or whatever direction we go there, I think we've got great tools already in front of us. And I'd just like to bring up one big case study. It is considered kind of the gold standard for short-term rental regulation in the entire country. It was in New York City 3 years ago. Local Law 18 effectively banned short-term rentals in the city with the goal of increasing vacancies and lowering rents. There's their 2 main points. The number of short-term rentals dropped by 90% in the largest tourism economy in the United States. And as recently as of September of this year, there are a number of groups working with the city of Green Bay to drop those regulations and pull them back. It's very well documented. I've got an article you can share that's directly from Airbnb to show that there was 0 positive impact on local rents, local vacancies, and that it actually hurt the local economy by the number of jobs that were lost. And the lost tax revenue as tourism numbers in the city have dropped from 24 to 25. So if we use that as the gold standard, what happens when you strictly regulate short-term rentals, I think what the city of Green Bay is doing by working with us, working together to come up with sound practices, best practices, help us work with the bad actors, I think we're moving in the right direction. So thank you for your time.
Thanks for your testimony. Alder Presley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your testimony. So just to update the numbers a little bit, as of the 31st of October, it was 444. As of the 26th of November, it's up 10 with 5 more in the process of getting permitted. So the numbers are going up. Does that change your outlook on what might happen?
I don't think it does based on what I'm seeing across the market. Airbnb bookings are down 20% across the country. That's pretty significant, and that's why we're seeing more people have to sell. So I think we got to wait for renewal time, which is not going to be until June. So there are still people, I know a couple people that bought in the last year. I've applied, I'm probably 1 or 2 of those 10 from the last few months. But I'm also seeing that equalize with the number of people selling. So I think we'll still see a drop. I'd love to have this conversation again in about 6 months.
Just to clarify again, the number of people who have renewed since the draft is still over 400. I think 420, and that's not including the 15 or so new permits that are in the process.
Sure. Yeah.
Alder Prophet.
Yeah, I just had a brief follow up from that too, talking about the numbers that have gone up. And to your point, it sounds like the market's changing, so some may sell. Two of those that were recently put on and gone through the permitting process were ones that were purchased by the same gentleman in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and then reapplied for the short term. So those two properties, one on the far east side, one on the far west side, one under $250,000 that was sold for, is now being rented by a gentleman who lives in an apartment in Fort Lauderdale. Does that change your perspective at all on the need to kind of get ahead of this, as we're seeing those both happened in the past 90 days?
No, I think it was touched on earlier. I think the city of Green Bay, I operate in, I think 15 or 16 different markets across the state of Wisconsin. And the placard in the front window of the property, that's not required anywhere else. Some municipalities don't have any sort of short-term rental ordinance in place whatsoever. So I think Green Bay is already at the front of the standard that the state needs to regulate short-term rentals and work together. So I don't think that it changes it.
Okay, so even I'm just thinking about the woman who spoke earlier about wanting to get a house in the city. That one that was purchased in the past 90 days that was under $250,000 that was purchased by a Fort Lauderdale neighbor doesn't concern you at all? You don't think that is problematic?
If it were more rampant, then I would maybe agree with you. I think one purchase, I'm not raising a red flag yet, personally.
Okay, appreciate that. Yeah, absolutely.
Of course.
Any other questions?
Anything else?
Cool. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Hi, folks. My name is Charles Knight. I own and live at 711 South Broadway, which is a mixed-use, multi-unit property in a downtown. As a resident, a business owner, and a landlord, I'm speaking with you in support of the proposal to regulate short-term rentals in our city and to speak to their impact on our housing stock in Green Bay and our neighborhoods. It's vital in our moment in Green Bay for us to provide housing to working-class residents who dream of joining and contributing to our community. As you all know, the discussion on the floor about STR regulations is only a small piece of a larger holistic conversation about providing long-term housing stock in our city, but it's a really important piece. As we have proven results to turn to as a proof of concept in other cities, STR regulations across the United States have stabilized home prices and created thousands of long-term residential units for their populations. A family residing in their long-term home has a much larger financial impact on our local community than short-term visitors. Long-term resident families invest in our neighborhoods, spend in our businesses, work in local companies, volunteer with nonprofit organizations, and contribute to our city in innumerable ways. They're the small business owners and entrepreneurs who hire fellow residents. They're the voluntary neighborhood leaders improving Green Bay at the street level. They're the artists and musicians who improve our quality of life. And they're the children who play in our parks with their other neighborhood children. The value of providing an affordable home is priceless and incomparable in any way to short-term visits. Ultimately, as you all know, you all represent the residents of your districts. Affordable housing is the discussion facing our community and the thousands of working-class families residing in your districts, and the discussion will continue for years to come. A lot of the people in the room with us and a lot of the biggest voices in the conversation over the last number of weeks are not Green Bay residents and will not be voting in the upcoming election, as you know. But the long-term resident neighbors in your district will be voting based on whether you looked out for them and their neighborhoods and providing them with long-term neighbors. Please consider Green Bay families first and support Green Bay families in achieving the dream we all have of participating in our community and owning or renting our home. Now is the time to support regulations and create long-term rental housing for Green Bay.
Thanks for your testimony. Any questions? Alder Johnson.
Mr. Knight, you had mentioned, because I admit, like, this is an area I've been struggling to find reliable data. You had mentioned that multiple cities that have passed policies that have created thousands of units with stabilized rents. What cities? And what policies did they pass?
I can't speak to the specific policies. I don't have that data in front of me, but Minneapolis is a city that stands out to me. And
You saw Minneapolis housing starts crashed after they passed their affordable housing policies.
well, I don't have the data in front of me, so I can't debate it. But my understanding is that similar regulations in Minneapolis and Vancouver is not a U.S. city, but a North American, Midwestern city. When they substantially regulated STRs, that resulted in stabilizing home prices, created thousands of long-term residential units for those populations. I think there are probably a couple of alders here who are more experienced in that specific data who could answer that. So I'll defer to them. But I
And I'm
believe
happy to
that
take a
there's a
look at
proof of concept.
Vancouver. That's certainly not one I've heard of to date. I know in Minneapolis, though, their housing starts actually crashed significantly when they passed some of their policies. And I'm sincere when I say I've really been struggling to find examples of cities who have passed policies that have seen the desired outcome that a lot of folks are talking about, right? And so that's why I was just curious if you had specific examples. So
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the data you're speaking about.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Alder Gallon. Mr. Knight, at least in my district, just over 40% of all STRs are owned by residents of this city. So what do I tell them when I tell them I'm going to take away their extra income?
Well, was an exemption spoken about exempting owner occupants?
No, I hadn't heard that. Or what do we tell this gentleman's son if he wants to buy a home and put in a small apartment that allows him to be able to own a house in Green Bay so his family can live?
Yeah, my conversation that I'm bringing to the table is pretty broad strokes, but I'm totally supportive of owner occupancy exemptions. I'd even posture that an exemption within a certain radius around Lambeau Field in order to preserve a long-standing visitor and tourism-centered exemption would be interesting to explore. I'm not serving on council now, but I liked the idea of Green Bay residents invested in this community and living in their neighborhoods, and providing long-term rental or even short-term rental as long as they're a long-term renter. I find that exemption, that'll probably prove to be the same kind of investment I'm talking about with a long-term resident.
Okay. And as far as people from outside our community that own short-term rentals, how do we address the people from outside our community, from outside our state, that own a substantial amount of our long-term rentals? And their only investment here is to make money. How do we address that while we tell the short-term rental people from outside the community, we don't care about you, but what do we tell how do we balance that?
That's a great question. I think that the conversation is gonna take some deliberation and some really careful measure. But your question raises a great point that there are folks from outside of the city of Green Bay who are investing in a long-term resident future for Green Bay. And depending on our morals and our goals here, do we want for people to be able to live long-term in this city, regardless of who's owning those properties, versus do we want people from outside the city owning property that doesn't contribute in a meaningful way to the identity and the creation of a strong and firm network of neighborhoods? And so, my direction with my statements isn't necessarily who owns property outside of the city or inside of the city. It's what are we doing with those specific properties and how are they contributing no matter who owns them? And ultimately the question, before all of you is whether someone lives in the city of Green Bay or outside, whether they own property or don't, who are you beholden to? And a lot of the voices that are heard in this room and over the course of this conversation have been, pointedly folks who have made a long and admirable trip into Green Bay in order to protect their business interests. And I don't blame them for that. But, it's up to us as people who run for office and people who care for the city and represent it to listen to the people living here in Green Bay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Alder Grantham Presley.
Thank you, Mayor. Tarl, you mentioned contributing to our identity. Would you agree that due to certain amenities here, part of the identity of Green Bay is tourism?
Yeah, I totally agree. Part of most cities is their economy and creating a thriving identity is tourism.
So you said you want to make sure we're investing in people who are contributing to our identity. So if tourism is part of our identity, part of it. Wouldn't you say short-term rentals then are contributing to our identity? They're eating out, they're visiting, they're doing tours, they're coming to a concert. It's not just Lambeau. We have the Resch Center. We have how many music things in the summer? I mean, would that be fair to say they actually do contribute to our identity?
I would argue that people who live in our community contribute vastly
Oh,
greater.
absolutely.
And so if we're going to measure and compare and contrast, then I think investing in people who love and know Green Bay, who've grown up here and continue to stay here, maybe leave for college but come back because they know there's opportunity to live here and put down firm roots and become a Green Bayer. I don't know if that's the denomial term, but a Green Bay resident. It's those people who are going to invest long term in their neighborhood, who are going to look out for their next door neighbors, who are going to take care of their parks, who are going to work and live and thrive in Green Bay. And so I think that is going to contribute a lot more to whatever identity Green Bay holds than the awesome power of investment through tourism, but ultimately not a fraction of what the people living here can contribute. And Green Bay was built by people who live in Green Bay. That's what we need to continue to invest in.
Sure, and I definitely agree. I mean, I understand that I'm born and raised here as well, but I also know what allows people to maintain a lifestyle here are jobs, businesses, and if we don't have sometimes that extra tourism, we won't have half the restaurants we have. We wouldn't have half the hotels we have, or the people that do the maintenance and the cleaning of these properties. So I think it's just kind of a healthy balance of, it's fair to say a lot of things play into the identity, and how do we cut one out, I guess, is my point. So I just wanted to, I guess, confirm if you kind of thought tourism played into that at all. So thank you very much for your testimony.
Yes, you're welcome. I do believe that people who visit Green Bay are such a core part of our identity. And they make the Green Bay Packers shine, and they do invest in arts and culture and all the wonderful bars and restaurants and cultural offerings of our city. But, in the end, I believe, and according to data, that lower and moderate income families are the ones who are injecting the most amount of money into our local economy. And so I think it's really important that we put those folks first in building a strong core of Green Bay residents and making sure that everyone has that dream to come and invest that way. And while people certainly have an economic advantage when they have a higher level of income, or there's someone who has an investment in business in Green Bay, they can fly in and they can contribute to all the great dollars we see through tourism. But what about the folks who want to live here and contribute every day of their life, who don't have the opportunity because of limited housing stock or because there are hundreds of empty homes in Green Bay waiting for a short-term visitor?
All right, Alder Presley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Knight, for your testimony. So you aren't expected to have done all of the research on this. I don't think that should be put on you, but I've done a lot of research on this, and I have found that one of the studies that I think we're alluding to, Vancouver, had a pretty good scientific study from McGill University, same with Toronto. There's also a quasi-experimental study in Los Angeles that all did show the results that you were pointing to: more units being put back on the long-term rental market, and lower cost of living for the people, especially in the areas surrounding where there was a high proliferation of those short-term rentals. So I just wanted to point that out. And the Minneapolis example that you bring up, Minneapolis has seen rent stabilize. They went into a one host, one home policy, and then rent has stabilized and has gone down compared to the state of Minnesota because of the policies that they have put into place, not just on STRs, but also building new housing. Question for you after all of that. Do you think people who, I like what you said about tourism being important. Do you think that people who are going to a Packer game or going to an event here would not come to Green Bay if they couldn't stay in an STR?
No, and I think that we also owe, the folks who invested in our hospitality industry here, the benefit of a business. And those are folks who have invested, whether they're outside businesses with outside ownership, or whether they're locally based. There's an economy of value there that I don't think we've heard represented here in a holistic part of the conversation. And I think that it would be worth hearing from them as well. I believe that we have probably many empty units throughout the entire community that would be very excited to come in and accommodate visitors if we ever reached capacity. And I think that there was even more built or planned for the NFL draft. And so, in my imagination, based on what I've seen in Green Bay, we have a really healthy network of housing options for, or hospitality options, lodging options for people coming and visiting. Again, I don't have any data at my disposal, but I'm not familiar with an instance, maybe outside of the NFL draft this last April in 2025, where Green Bay couldn't meet the needs of hospitality.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Thank you for your testimony. Alderac.
I'm here all
Thank you,
night,
Mayor.
folks.
All right. Yeah, you're fielding a bunch of questions. And I do think it's pertinent. When you travel, have you ever stayed in an Airbnb?
I think I have.
Okay.
Once or twice.
I asked that because I think, I think that there's a value to it. And I'm going to kind of share a personal thing. This Christmas, we're going down to southern Missouri to visit my daughter and her husband, and they don't have room for our whole family. So we're renting a place, and it's a Airbnb. Turns out it's my son-in-law's his great-grandparents' house, we discovered. She lives way out in the boonies, so it'd take a long time to get to a hotel. There wouldn't be a kitchen or anything like that. And the house we found is 4 minutes from her house. And we're going to be able to cook a whole, Christmas dinner there. So I want to point that out, that do you see the value in that having that option, because a hotel wouldn't offer us all being able to stay, like all of us that are going down there, to stay together and be able to cook while we're there. So do you see the value of that?
I've stayed in Airbnb, so I've certainly felt their value, because I was able to explore other cities and, invest time there dreaming up great ideas for our city and coming back and trying to explore those. But I think that there is value in having a number of different lodging and hospitality options, and I think we have a lot of great options covered by pretty great and deep investment in our hospitality industry outside of Airbnb. So I wouldn't say that I would put all of my stock in Airbnbs or that being the only option. In fact, I think it's probably a minority option in our city, and so by far and away, a majority of the folks coming and visiting Green Bay are doing that through the lens of one of our beautiful hotels or motels, and so I can certainly see the value in Airbnbs, but I don't think that that's the only option.
Yeah, but to allow that option still there. So there's a lot to consider. So I just wanted to kind of broaden our perspective here from a personal level. I've talked to other alders who also use Airbnbs when they travel. When, for me, I know I've got a larger family, so it's a much better option, and actually many times more affordable option. So thank you.
Yeah, I
for
hear
your
you.
testimony.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, let's keep it going, guys. All right, we haven't had enough conversation on this. Let's go. Alder
All right.
Stevens. go
Yep.
ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. So, as a lot of people know, you are the chair of our neighborhood associations. Has anybody in your capacity reached out to you regarding this issue that we're dealing with tonight?
I have had neighborhood leaders and neighbors reach out to me about this, particularly where, my speech in the past couple of weeks has been concerned all support. And while I'm not an elected official, it's important that I'm listening to folks who are leading our neighborhoods. I've spoken about a number of different instances in which I think it's really important people are investing directly in our neighborhoods, the power of growing those parts of our city through a really qualified network of people being able to rely on a next door neighbor, whether that's for a service or lending a hand, or whether it's just knowing through peace of mind that there is someone there on their block investing in their park, watching out for kids. Those are really important elements of our city. Not every city has a neighborhood association program. It's very rare, and Green Bay is a leading, city in that regard. So, from where I sit, to answer your question, Alder, I think that this is an issue that's important to neighbors. I think this is an issue that is really important to creating a strong network of neighborhood residents who know that they can rely on one another year round, and they know that their neighborhood is safe and clean and looked out for. I've heard a number of testimonies here today that point in the direction of a lack of confidence around STRs in order to fulfill that sense of safety and cleanliness and quiet, or at least peace of mind for their neighbors. In a separate capacity, I also knocked doors running for office here in our community a number of times. And the number one issue that I heard in a number of the neighborhoods in my district was...
Well, I thank you for that, but I'm not asking you about your election run at the moment. So
Sure.
I'm asking about your position as the neighborhood chair. So,
well, thank you for asking.
Sure. No problem. Thank you.
All right, anything else? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Good evening. My name is Ben DeBaker. I live at 901 South Oakland Avenue in the city of Green Bay, District 9. So I am a constituent of the current and the running person. Wanted to speak more on the personal level, no numbers, figures. I own an STR. I live in that STR. That is my home. I'm there. I take care of things. I participate in the neighborhood. I know there was a piano right in the park that Carl donated. It was destroyed. I didn't like that. I found it 2 days before it was destroyed. And I was surprised, and I was appreciative of that. I like my community to stay nice. I am also an STR owner. And to the comment that they can't find housing, I couldn't find housing either. This was my alternative. I find a multiplex that I can live in the bottom and make ends meet by renting out. Another thing is, they're talking about long-term renters contributing to the community. I challenge you to figure out how many people in those long-term rentals actually do anything other than sit in their house and go to work, if that. If you want to group all of us as these corporate villains trashing the city, look at it that way too. Because I can guarantee you there's some people that just took offense to that long-term comment. Okay. We have a lot of neighbors, girls, boys, little kids that come over to our place looking for a place to hang out and be themselves because their homes are broken. We set up activities with them, try to contribute to our community, and make them feel at home when they don't have a great home at home. You talk about businesses being in a neighborhood. You guys just approved zoning for a laundromat in somebody's backyard, and they pleaded not to have that. Why the double standard? I don't believe in the night caps or minimum stays. I think that should stay out. I think that was a great job on all your parts. And as far as maintenance, I do maintenance around my place. And when I can't keep up, I hire it out. That's a local person doing that. It stays in the community. The money that comes in from my STRs is from outside the community. We are pulling money in. We are also making up for the bonds that are paying, like the KI Center, with those taxes. Those are taxes that wouldn't be there if it was a long-term rental. How are you going to fill that hole when you can't meet that bond? That comes out of the tax levy again and increases your taxes again. So think about that. That is it.
Any questions? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for being here again tonight, and sorry to have to all talk again, but we had some more opposition, so here we are. My name is Brooke Tassel, and I'm a member of the Green Bay STR Alliance leadership team. And before we jump in, we all just want to say a huge thank you for not only the time you've put in, but the thoughtfulness. Not only in these meetings, we've had meetings externally with almost every single one here, even the people who wrote this communication, and we can't thank you enough for that. It's clear a lot of time has been invested to hearing all sides, and we want to thank you for the responsible decisions that have been made so far at the first council meeting and at the Plan Commission to remove the harsh restrictions that would have essentially put STRs out of business. Moving on from that, well, first of all, we have one big ask up front, and that's not to put those 2 restrictions back in. And then moving on from that, we just want to touch on some data we shared at the Plan Commission meeting to show how STRs really do impact neighborhood safety. When we zoom out, as much as we do respect the neighbors that are having problems, we see, as Alder Grant mentioned, that it isn't such a big problem. It is isolated instances. We pulled parcel data for 442 licensed STRs in Green Bay, and we compared police calls from when they were long-term rentals, yearly police calls, versus when they got converted to short-term rentals. And we saw an average reduction of 93% across all 442 listings. And how that translates into actual numbers, there were 478 police calls yearly on the same set of properties as a long-term rental, and there are currently 62 calls yearly. So that's reduced from about 40 a month to 5 a month out of all of those nearly 450 listings. So at a broad level, it's clear that STRs in Green Bay aren't increasing nuisance, they're actually making neighborhoods safer. And even though the data shows that, we hear the neighbors who are worried about the nuisance properties. We agree that accountability matters, that policy updates may be necessary moving forward, but we are concerned about the 3-strike rule being really ambiguous right now. We don't know how someone will be led to getting a strike. We don't know what the penalties will be for getting a strike. We've heard a huge range of conversations and ideas the last couple meetings of 3-strike rule, but it sounds like it's still like completely in the early stages. So while we're not against that concept in theory, we really would like to ask that you table the 3 strikes out of this ordinance until we all can sit down and figure out, A, like Alder Grant said, is it even a problem? And B, just flush out these specifics and involve us all at the table, just like you guys did when you were doing the zoning ordinance, where you brought in a lot of people and they said that you really took their advice to heart. And we just would ask that if you're going to do a 3 strikes rule now or later, that you put us at the table to talk about that and make sure that it's enforceable and that it's not having unintended consequences, kind of like this ordinance would have done if it went through with its original form.
Thanks for your testimony. Any questions? Oh, your address, please.
Oh, it's 127 South Ashland Avenue.
Any questions? All right. Thanks again.
Can I just make a quick note, just 2 seconds? For Taro, I was introduced to his company a few months ago by an Airbnb guest, and we all went together to see a Ferris Bueller show there, and we loved it so much. We've since went back with tons of friends, and we now put it in our welcome book. So even if Taro doesn't support Airbnb, Airbnb supports Taro.
Yes, hello. My name's Aaron Kraus, 1705 South Ridge Road. Thank you guys for your time. I really wasn't going to speak today, but one of the things nobody's addressed in all this is it's all about short-term or low-income housing, affordable housing. The biggest issue, it's not just a Green Bay thing, it's a nationwide thing, it's a worldwide thing. Problem is the interest rates during COVID were so low. I'm guessing anybody that owns a house in here probably has a sub 4% mortgage. So, biggest thing when it comes to affordable housing is inventory. And, you know, with no inventory, houses stay elevated or keep going up. You know, and what do most people do when they sell their house? They go buy another one. Most people are locked into their interest rate. So, you know, even if you put all 450 houses that were, you know, short-term rentals on the market, my guess is a lot of the people wouldn't sell. They would just turn them into rentals. Because, I mean, 3-4% mortgage is technically free money. And that's what's keeping everybody in their houses are those 3% mortgages, 4% mortgages. Now, I am not a resident of Green Bay, but I've spent more time in Green Bay in the last few years than I have in the state that I actually live in. And if you did take my ability to Airbnb my house away, I still would keep it. It wouldn't turn into a full-time rental. I would try to, you know, pay the mortgage and the utilities and everything else to try to keep it. But if that didn't become something that I was able to do, it would be turned into a full-time rental. It would not hit the market again. Thank you, guys.
Thanks for your testimony. All right, thanks. Anyone else?
Amber Edwards, 2434 Sycamore Drive, Green Bay. I'm here to offer my comments to you tonight on why I strongly oppose loosening any restrictions on the short-term rentals within our city. It's known to this council that our city and many others are in a housing shortage and that we do have an unhoused community here. At its core, homelessness is a housing problem. It's a solvable problem. The point has been raised that each STR is one less available unit for a community member, and that is also a fact. Potentially. I'd argue that prior to the Airbnb popularity, tourist cities like ours and local economies utilized hotels very effectively without removing stable housing options from their local marketplace. I'm a renter in a time that has a stranglehold on renters. We're unable, despite our level of stability, to find, acquire, purchase, and maintain a home in the event that you are able to actually snatch one while it's on the market. The overall increase in rent cost is not something that we can effectively vote and fix. However, the nearly 100 property owners of these STRs that don't reside within the state of Wisconsin often have no skin in the game. I certainly don't believe that that's always the case. As you've heard tonight, there are people locally that have these short-term rentals, and I do consider that, in my opinion. The average gross income stream of these properties, these short-term rentals, is $34,000. In Brown County, the income limit for an individual seeking a housing choice voucher is $37,450. I'm going to say that again. Because while we have human beings in our city freezing on the streets and sleeping in their cars with their kids on a 20-degree night in November in Wisconsin, the amount of gross income from these properties can be well over what a person living in and working full-time in our city brings home in a year. It feels shameful. I understand the right to own property. However, I do feel that a tighter keep on the number of STRs, the 180-day cap, and the week minimum are all reasonable implementations. I also believe strongly in the responsibility of the city and its electeds to help care for those in its charge. And housing is a human right, not a privilege, not an investment. It is a right. I have no concern for the pockets of investors who are removing potentially stable housing from our community when we have an opportunity to create a clear boundary. As a resident of the city, I have been homeless here while working full-time plus part-time. because I couldn't find a rental in the 30 days after my home was sold to become a short-term rental. And this was before Airbnb was super popular. That has since been sold and has been converted into another Airbnb. But despite my experience with housing insecurity, I do believe in the ability to fix the system here. As Joshua's the chair of Joshua's Housing Task Force, as the co-chair of the Brown County's Help for the Homeless Hygiene Drive, and as the Housing Programs Director of Veterans First of Northeast Wisconsin, I speak loudly for those that can't be here tonight and for those whose stories live in me and aren't mine to tell. I respectfully ask this council to be firm in your resolution to build a framework in this ordinance that will offer a fair and reasonable solution. I do believe in the city's ability to maintain its tourist, reputation with the hotels that we have built since I've lived here. This is a multifaceted and challenging conversation, and I'll leave you with this fact. The unhoused population of this city has nearly doubled according to the PIT counts from 2022 to 2023 to 2024. Nearly doubles every year. So please consider that as you make your decision tonight.
Thanks for your testimony. Any questions? All right. Thanks again. Anyone else?
Hello, my name is Taylor Pop. I live at 137 Helen Street in Pulaski, but I've lived and worked in Green Bay my whole life. 25 years, close to it, whatever. It's neither here nor there. I have 10 years in the hospitality industry. Started at, right out of high school. I worked night audits. I worked first shifts, second shifts. I've seen how expensive living a week in a hotel is. Airbnb, when they started taking off, dropped a lot of our rates. First time public speaking. One of the hotels, I've worked at 6 across Green Bay. One of them was $129 a night. Take that by gosh knows how many nights you might need. That's unaffordable in general. Some have week rates, some don't. Some have month rates, some don't. If you get $65 a night, it's like $1,900 a month. Well, I now work where I manage 40 Airbnbs, and gosh darn it, I can give them like $1,200 to $1,300 a month. Well, that means they don't have to go out every night spending $1,900 a month. Like, let's say you're here for business. Well, you can't cook in a hotel. You can't buy groceries and save money. That is more out of your paycheck that has to go to eating out, and that doesn't help with the obesity crisis either. A lot of people like to eat healthy. They don't like having to wonder, well, I guess we'll get Domino's yet again. It's I don't want to say necessary evil because I have clients. A lot of them, out of the 40, are personal. They may not live in Wisconsin, but it's their former homes. They take pride. They love asking questions. They love leaving little notes or maybe some chocolates for their upcoming guests. There's one guy that buys cupcakes all the time from like the Piggly Wiggly. He leaves a personalized note for these guests at his Airbnb. Some do treat it like a business. I understand where you see that from, but most of them actually do care. They want to show the Green Bay value that we all love. People come here not only for the Packers, but we're going to get a soccer team. Well, why are you stripping an opportunity for people, especially families? I don't know how many times at one of the hotels I worked at that I was almost on a first name basis with that Schwab Not PD, because we're always calling them for not just families, but locals. Locals are our biggest problem at hotels. There are many hotels across the country that actually ban people staying locally within X amount of miles. Well, nobody wants to deal with that. If you, gosh darn, want to come in, you want to be able to, have your grandkids with you. If you have your brother and sister that maybe you haven't seen in like, gosh darn, 5 years, and you want to have a Christmas, Thanksgiving, or a family vacation. Wisconsin is a tourist-based world. We have the values, we have the mindset. We are one of the most hospitable places. You know, people come here to love Wisconsin and come back year after year. Give them an opportunity to stay in a house, not just go down to Motel 6, not just to go stay at another Comfort Suites. That is not personalized Wisconsin hospitality. That is just corporate, because a lot of those are big brand. Marriott doesn't care about Green Bay. Choice doesn't care about Green Bay, because a lot of those are just overall branded. So I think someone with 10 years in hospitality, I haven't heard anybody really talk about that half of the business aspect of the tourism.
Thanks for your
Thanks.
testimony. All right, thank you, sir. Motion to close the floor.
Motion to close the floor.
Motion to close. Online would like to speak, please raise your hand. All right, motion to close the floor, made by Alder Prophet. Seconded by Alder Hinkfist. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Floor is closed. I think we have the motion from Alder Grant on the floor, and there was a second for that. So discussion on that. Alder Galvin.
I think what we have here is a twofold issue. One is about STRs as it relates to housing. The other one is STRs as it relates to chronic nuisance homes. And I think from what I've heard here tonight, staff is going to be looking at the chronic nuisance portion of this and coming back with some recommendations that can be used in the future, not only at STRs, but like if we can get our noise ordinance figured out. They've been trying for almost 50 years in the city to figure that one out. So it's a tough one. But as far as it goes for housing, I understand more than many of you here how bad the housing issue is. But out of that puzzle, and that's what it is, housing is a puzzle, and there's different puzzle pieces. I think that the city's doing a lot to put that puzzle together. We're looking at land trust. We're looking at changing our ordinances to make it easier for developers to be doing a better job of offering more options for housing. We're looking at things like Habitat for Humanity, NeighborWorks, Ecumenical Partnership for Housing. So we've got NGOs and government organizations all working together to try and put that puzzle together. I understand we talk about a certain segment of our STRs, our houses that could be used for long-term rental, or could actually be a stepping stone for a family looking to have a house. The only thing I haven't seen, and for the first time tonight, we talked about some data. Okay, I like data. I mean, if we're going to go and do something, you want to have it based on a foundation, not a gut feeling. And the only data I've seen so far is Ashwaubenon. They've instituted 7 days, the 180 days. They did that 3 years ago. And from what I've been reading, there's no change in 3 years. It was talked about Vancouver, Minneapolis, and some other communities, but we haven't seen anything solid on that. I right now have talked to, like I said, I've got 27 STRs. I talked to a number of those owners. 2 of them actually live in them. 10 of them, the owners live in the city. So their taxpayers live in the city. One she owns an STR in the city, but outside the district. And this augments her income as a retired teacher. We had people come and talk to us about how STRs provide their income, their flexibility to be able to be a single mother and still bring in an income and take care of their children. I've had stories. I'm by the hospitals, and I've asked a number of those STR owners, who's renting from you? Is it doctors and nurses? And I did have one person, she has an STR, she rents it out to 2 visiting nurses, sometimes for a few nights, sometimes for several weeks. They've had a few doctors stay at them. But the more poignant renter is the family that has a loved one that's being treated at one of the hospitals. And their ability to rent 4 or 5 hotel rooms for an extended stay while their loved one is being treated, either in hospital or out of hospital, it's impossible. It's unaffordable. You bring in an STR, and the family can live there like a family and get the help for their loved one and also be there to support them spiritually and physically. I have STR owners that are from Green Bay and love this city, but for reasons have had to move out, but they use their STRs to come and stay here for sometimes 3 or 4 months at a crack, usually during the summer. So we're being asked to try and put limitations on that, let's face it, would rapidly reduce a large segment of our STRs, putting people out of work, having people lose their incomes, having people whose children finally can own their own home have to give that up, or potentially not have the opportunity to have their own home until something else comes along. I'm not in favor of putting the 7-day or 180-day limit on it. I'm certainly in favor of getting back more of the city's rights to be able to control these STRs and where they go and how many we have and things like that. But as of right now, I'm not in favor of putting those kind of restrictions on STRs unless someone can show me some data that shows that restricting the STRs is going to be more beneficial for the city than us focusing on some of these other things that I've mentioned to try and put that puzzle together so we can aid those that want to have a home and a stable place to have their family raised. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Hinkvist, then Johnson.
I'm sorry. I didn't hit mine up.
Oh, Alder Johnson.
I think it's old.
Thank you, Mayor. I think part of my frustration that's been born out of this process is that, affordable housing seems to be one of the primary toes of this. Alder Galvin alluded to, code enforcement as well, but I feel like affordable housing has been the primary discussion topic of this. I don't feel like we really started from a position of what can we do to solve affordable housing in our community. We started from short-term rentals are taking away affordable housing. Let's fix that problem. And it's really been an untested theory. And it hasn't been validated. It's less than 1% of the housing stock in our community. And I think one of the areas that I struggle with quite a bit is that we have a housing study that is being updated right now that we were informed by Director Bernier Wig as first draft has, I think, been received. And so we probably expect to see that relatively soon. But when I do look back at the 2020 study, there were 23 recommendations to improve housing accessibility and affordability, and not a single one of those talked about short-term rental units. And in fact, one of the things it calls out is that in the 0 to 30% median income range, we are short 3,715 units. That's something we've acknowledged, right? But in the 31 to 50% median income range, there's a surplus of 8,870 units. Now, keep in mind, that's not just Green Bay. It includes your surrounding communities as well, right? But it feels to me, at least, like that is the range that we're purporting to kind of bring back into the long-term rental market or homeownership market is the category that we're advocating, or the report has advocated, that is a surplus. So that's why I'm really anxious to see what the updated data says to really understand what problem it is that we are trying to solve. And at the end of the day, I just don't feel it's the government's responsibility to play the role of Robin Hood. It's not the responsibility of property investors who've invested considerable amounts of money to subsidize affordable housing. One of the things that Alder Hutchinson brought up, which I think is a very prudent point, and it's that ripple effect. And it is a real thing. And in fact, there's a term for it. It's called filtering. And the data shows that when you build a unit at a higher level, that 70% of the downstream units will become available within 5 years. 5 years. We can build faster than that without taking away the investments and livelihoods of so many people here in our community. And so, I would ask the question also is, if we're really talking, if the issue is housing, are we talking about supply, or are we talking about the percentage of households that are cost burdened?
because I don't think you can have this conversation in earnest without acknowledging the fact that the city of Green Bay, 26% of our households are cost burdened, meaning they pay more than 30% of their median income for rent. And this discussion doesn't really help solve that. And it's over 90%, I forget the exact number, 93%, something like that, of individuals nationwide have said that if they had the ability to own a home, they would. It's the number one inhibiting factor from them being able to do that. It's the ability to afford the down payment. None of this solves that problem either. But a lot of those recommendations in the housing study do address that. And I do want to commend the mayor and the staff because there are a lot of these things that have been implemented and we just haven't had enough time yet, for the benefit of some of these things to really hit us. And so I want to make sure that, the other thing that, when you talk about the impact of some of those policies, some of which are on the agenda tonight, the number one contributing factor to the cost of housing is regulation. And we deregulated a lot of things tonight to try to bring down some of that cost, some of that process. And so I'm really excited to see some of that take place. Alder Hutchison, you had also asked a question at a prior meeting, and I hadn't had the opportunity to connect with you on that about the 7-day minimum and kind of the impact of that. And one of the things, in the short-term rental business, because I really dug into a lot of rabbit holes in podcasts on this topic, minimum stays are punitive to short-term rental operators because of how the algorithm works. Specifically, it rewards availability. So someone might only be staying 2 nights, but if they're required to block out 7, then their unit does not show up in the search results as being available. So that's one of the, the big downsides as well of that 7-day requirement or 6-day, whatever the number might be. One of the things I don't know that we have an answer on, but the short-term rental units, even if somebody has a permit, are they being used exclusively for that purpose? Or, as has been talked about, the draft didn't necessarily keep a lot of those filled. So have they been converted to longer-term uses, but they still hold the permit? I don't know the answer to that. But it also kind of begs the question, I don't know, Director Renierwig, if you would have an answer to this, because this was talked about, illegal operators. So those that don't have a permit, I know there's software out there that can pick up, units that are kind of flying under the radar. Is there a way for us to penalize or give citations to those who are operating without a permit?
The way we've addressed that in the past is if we've educated people, gave them the opportunity to come and get that permit. If they don't, then we issue reinspection fees. So I believe we could issue a citation if they don't get the permit. So
it's part of, assuming there would be support to refer this to staff. I don't
Right.
want to presume too hard, but
Right.
I certainly think a municipal citation would be a worthy exploration.
Yep. I mean, we've
Um,
tried to be more educational in this manner and with regards to the permitting process, right?
Okay. Yeah. And I appreciate the soft approach to that, right? But for folks who are blatantly violating
Oh,
or
absolutely.
skirting the law, I do
Mhm.
think that there should be something more punitive because I think that helps elevate the overall industry as well. The other, thing that we talk a lot about, with building faster, and we have been building a lot of units, which again contributes to my desire to really want to see the updated housing study. One thing that struck me out of the 2020 study that was very intriguing, 9% of those individuals who earn above 80% of the median income are renting units that would typically be reserved for folks at 30% or below of median income, 17% at 50% or below. So that's where a lot of that housing stock is being taken up right now, are folks where you don't have anything at the high income level, luxury apartments. So they're renting down, right? And that's why when we talk about the importance of building luxury units as well, that's our other major gap. And so if you want to solve affordable housing, you also have to address the luxury housing discussion as well, because those are the two biggest areas. So with that, I just kind of, I believe Alder Grant's motion on the floor is an amendment. And if my memory for Robert's rule serves me right, you can offer one amendment to an amendment. And so I would like to do that. And my amendment is going to be to essentially override all of Alder Grant's amendment. So a motion to reject any minimum stay requirements and maximum number of days rented and refer to staff to develop policy and ordinance recommendations with the input of alders, short-term rental operators, the Equal Rights Commission, and community members.
Is there a second for that? Seconded by Alder Ritterbusch. Discussion on the amendment from other alders. Alder Eck?
I guess I'm wondering what the Equal Rights Commission, because they were really focusing on the affordability or low or affordable housing. So I guess I'm wondering why that piece is in there.
So I alluded to this at the last council meeting. The Equal Rights Commission was created to put a very critical and important lens on issues facing our community. Affordable housing is certainly one of those. And I think we're counting on them to bring a perspective to the table that might otherwise be overlooked. And so really, I'm trying to be inclusive of some of the folks that have really been a part of the process who have led us to this discussion. So whether I agree with the conclusions or not, to me is irrelevant. I think it's the discussion that's important, and anybody can weigh in with perspective that might help staff bring back good recommendations that serve our community the best way possible.
Okay, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful to the Equal Rights Commission. I just think that the original reason that this was brought forward was actually Alder Hinkvis because of bad behavior in her district, actually personally mine, but and trying to address that. So just trying to bring it back in. I think it's kind of gotten a little muddied with all of that. So that was just my concern. Thank you.
Alder Grant, then Presley.
And I just have a list of questions. And I guess first question is kind of piggybacking off of Alder X. Alder Johnson, if you can clarify what would be their goal? Are they focusing on nuisances or affordable housing? Because I don't think they go hand in hand necessarily. I think they're two different topics. So I guess, can I ask what the focus would be?
I think the intent of the amendment is to give staff maximum amount of latitude to be able to come back with the best recommendations possible. And I think everyone in our community has an important voice in this discussion that can make a program stronger. So I called them out specifically because, again, a lot of the work that they've done have led us to this discussion. I understand there's Alder Hinkvis's perspective too, and that can be included. Right? Nobody's opinion needs to be ruled out of this process, but I wanted to acknowledge those who have had an active role to get us here.
Okay, so they could bring anything back to us to consider.
Yes.
Okay. Couple questions. Attorney Kocher, can you please talk about the abandonment process or nuisance process? What rights do we have as a city right now with no changes? Or abatement, sorry, not abandonment. I don't know. Yeah, it's long.
So, are you asking about chronic nuisances or just the nuisance abatement process in general?
Any rights we have as a city to...
Sure. So, a couple things, just speaking generally about nuisances, there's a list of things, right? So, this is what we're getting at about like the accumulation of 3 violations, in that we state them in most of our processes. We state what a violation could be or not. Like, as an example for nuisances, parking violations aren't on that list. So the process, it's like 3 qualifying calls. Qualifying calls are what's specified in ordinance. Then we start a process, which is like a nuisance abatement meeting, and it kind of ramps up as like a stepped enforcement process with the goal of compliance.
Okay. And then Director Ellenbecker, it was brought up, do you have any concerns of satisfying debt service without this income of the hotel tax from short-term rentals? If we were to solely rely on hotel tax, because the reality is we only have so many hotels within city limits, which means if our hotels are full and that's their only option, they will go to surrounding areas. We won't capture that hotel tax. Is that correct? If they're in Appleton, we don't share that.
Director.
Correct. Only hotels or the short-term rentals within the city limits would go toward our. Well, let me back up. Actually, there is a room tax commission, and all room tax that go in for all those surrounding municipalities go into one pool at the Associated Bank, and that helps pay for debt service for the KI Convention Center, the Rush Center, and the Expo. So that is based on total occupancy tax, whether it is a hotel or short-term rental. So it's a combined for surrounding municipalities.
But you have a breakdown of hotel versus short-term rental.
We
What's
that is
collected?
that can be collected, correct?
Would you have any concerns of not satisfying that without a portion of it?
You kind of hinted around that. Yeah, if it's not a short-term rental, it's probably going to be hotel room tax. You're probably going to get it from one source or the other.
Okay. I think this is a tough discussion, and I do support Alder Johnson's amendment of getting rid of my amendment. But the reality is, I think it's very hard. I think I would stress to staff that I want us to remember too that as a city government, there's only so much we should really be judging and trying to control. Markets play a big mark in things, supply, demand. Things change. What was popular 10 years ago isn't necessarily today. Who are we to judge why someone chooses to stay in a short-term rental when they travel? If they're here to visit a loved one that is in the hospital, or they're traveling for work as a travel nurse and they're here for 3 months, it's not up to us to tell them where they can and can't stay. And many of us have used short-term rentals for our own personal reasons. So I just want to make sure that we are focusing on things that we should be focusing on as a government. And we've talked many times tonight about the steps we've already taken to help affordable housing and things that we have in place or that we can correct to help the nuisance problem. I think we are heading in the right direction. I just stress to us to focus on the things that should be our responsibility as a government. So I do support your amendment. Thank you for offering that, and thank you for the discussion tonight.
Thanks, Alder. Thanks, Alder. Next, Alder Presley, and then Hinkvis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just to clarify, is this amendment sending it all to staff? We're not passing any part of it tonight? Okay.
Continue, Alder.
Okay. So we're holding an ordinance. I mean, so we've talked about the seven day minimum and the 180-day cap. That's not what we have in front of us because that has been taken out. One part of it was taken out before the public could weigh in on the advertised public hearing. The other part was taken out at Plan Commission before we got the chance to talk about it. So it's not on the table. And I guess I'm disappointed because those are options that we have, and those are popular options. 50% of people in America, according to the most extensive study I can find, support a total ban of short-term rentals. That's not what was proposed, but a majority of people support regulation, and a majority of people support strict regulation, up to and including a ban. So it feels like we are so detached from what people are actually feeling. And I have been in the past, and I will continue to be a renter on this body who has had my rent go up $150 in the past couple of years, and am feeling the effects of, short-term rentals is not the whole thing, but it is part of it. You'd be hard-pressed to find any study, any case study out there that shows that the proliferation of short-term rentals does not put upward pressure on the rental market, on the housing market. That it doesn't make intuitive sense. Taking units off of the market does not help the market. That's not the case in any situation. Adding units back in does help the market. Why do we build new units if it isn't to help the market, to put downward pressure on rents, put downward pressure on housing? So I'm disappointed, and I've talked to people in my district. I've been to doors. This is an issue for people. We've finally heard, half of the people tonight speaking against this for reasons of nuisance or for reasons of affordable housing. But I don't think that is 50-50 is not representative of where people fall on this. We have 117 short-term rental owners in the city. 44 of those, as other people have brought up, and I've brought up before, are owner or not owner occupied. So people who, if we did pass those ones, would not be exempt, because that was in the communication, was an exemption. So that is 44 people, 2 in my district, who would be affected by that sort of regulation. 2 in my district. I represent thousands of people. I represent half renters, mostly lower income. and I feel like nobody is speaking for those people. So if I seem hostile to the short-term rental owners, I'm not trying to be. I've had good conversations with them. They all seem like very nice people. I've had one-on-ones. I respect their interests in this as well. But we're not listening to the people here. We are listening to a very small subset of investors, many of whom are from out of state, many of whom don't live in our city. And that can't be how I make my decision. People are coming up to me and they're saying, what are you going to do to lower my rent? Or what are you going to do to stop my rent from increasing? And these short-term rentals are increasing. We've had 10, 15 in the past month that have gone up. It's not just the draft. It's not an aberration. What is it? 454 permits were renewed after the draft, renewed or started after the draft. This isn't just a draft blip. So when people are coming up to me and saying, what are you going to do about this? I want to be able to answer everything we can possibly do to address housing. Everything. That's building more housing. That's a community land trust. That's zoning for having more permissive zoning to build more housing. But it's also regulating short-term rentals. It's been done. This is not a crazy new policy. It has been done elsewhere, and it has succeeded elsewhere. I know Alder Johnson can't find the studies, but I found them. So maybe I'm using a different Google. But there are cases where this works. It's a 2% decrease in housing costs. But when, as somebody brought up, we have a 1% vacancy rate, 2% vacancy rate. These things are decided on the margins. I said in the Plan Commission, saving $100 a year on rent is a medical bill for somebody. These 1% and 2% add up, and I don't see why we can't do everything in our power, especially when this was never the intended use of housing. This was never, houses were not supposed to be businesses. They were zoned residential. So I'm sorry. I'm upset about this because I represent people who are upset about this, and they are not being heard. And we have bowed again and again to this alliance of people who have the time and the resources and Airbnb coaching them from afar to bring their testimony here. And it doesn't seem right to me. So I don't know where I stand on what the amendment is now. It just seems like we've destroyed the whole possibility for regulation, and I'm disappointed in this body.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Hinkfist.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'm not totally disappointed in everybody, but I think short-term rentals have a place within the city of Green Bay. That's been my position all along. I use short-term rentals versus staying in a home when I'm with my family. It's a lot easier. So I think that there's a lot of good things that short-term rentals bring, but there's also problems, as Joey has been saying. And until the state does something to allow us to take that back, I think it's really, really difficult for the 180 or the 6-day. I mean, there's been so much dialogue on that. But in the interim, there are a lot of nuisance properties out there. And those nuisance properties, we have very little ways to manage them. And what I have heard from a lot of the short-term rental people has given us ideas how we can reduce those nuisances. Those things I want to see us move forward. So I support Alder Johnson's motion on it, just from the perspective of, I think there's things that we can do to reduce the amount of nuisances that we have. And I'd like to see us move forward on that, because that will help in some of the areas, especially my district.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Hutchison, then Grant.
Could we hear the amendment again? I mean, it's getting late, and
Yeah, Alder Johnson, would you?
Motion to amend to reject any minimum stay requirements and maximum number of days rented, and refer to staff to develop policy and ordinance recommendations with the input of Alder's short-term rental operators, the Equal Rights Commission, and community members.
Okay, so you're basically going along with the recommendation of Plan Commission just altering the 3 strikes to a broader area, because the first 2 were already done by Plan Commission, right? Am I reading that right? Okay. Okay, I think because we always learn something new every time we sit through 3, 4, 5 hours of things. It would be good to come back to where we're not in the same world. We have specific things. So I guess I would be for that recommendation if what's brought back is distinct, it's usable, and it's something we can put in place and not have to bat about. And I don't know if there's a way we can do that internally before it's presented, or because I see it coming back and then we're going to go through this whole thing again. You know what I'm saying? I think we should advance. I am totally thankful for the Equal Rights Commission for their work in creating the STR Alliance, because without them, the STR Alliance wouldn't be here and we wouldn't be getting these good ideas. So
I think that makes Alder Presley feel a lot better.
I know. I'm sorry, but now we're bringing these people together, and I totally agree. Those people should be all brought together. So I guess I'm going to support that amendment.
Thanks, Alder. Yeah, Attorney Kocher.
And I know Director Renier Wig may also have a comment. I just wanted to note that these changes originated from communications from alders. They weren't brought up by staff. So although absolutely appreciate Alder Johnson's recommendation to refer it back to staff and work on some things, I think Alder Grant made a specific list. I don't know if the director feels differently, but I think we need specific direction on what you want to change, unless it's just incorporating recommendations.
I don't know that I totally agree with that.
No, that's fine. I appreciate that. I'm just saying we're getting kind of lost in the what changes you want us to make or not.
That's
but
fair.
We still have the original communications from the alders.
I would agree with the first half of what
That's fine.
Attorney Kocher
Yes.
said, which is that this originated from council. This is something that the administration has been responding to. As it's been the latest iteration of the amendment, this does give us a bit more ability to recommend to you what we would actually like to see from the administration's point of view. So I might be the only one who feels that way, but I would not reject the opportunity to drive this bus a little bit. Director Renier Wig.
Thank you. I would like some clear guidance on what the expectations are. So if you're looking at staff to redraft the entire ordinance as we have it presented here, with starting from scratch, working with these groups and rebuilding this ordinance from the ground up, I'd like to know that. Or are you looking at kind of what we've already done with the ordinance? We've made some of those changes and working with the groups to maybe make some improvements. I'd like some direction on that, because we're like, what would you like us to do? Right? I'm hearing rewrite the whole ordinance. Starting.
No, I'm just hearing create the best enforcement mechanism that we can.
So we're only talking about enforcement?
Regulation and enforcement, yeah.
We can do that.
Yes, Alder Grant.
Let staff do their thing, but can we as alders, because you want alders to play into this, send you guys ideas because you know your job, your roles. What are the needs? What are the problems? You can say, "Oh, that was a great idea. Let's work this in." Or, "I don't know if this would be as effective. Let's maybe just put that to the side." My point is now we have an opportunity to send some ideas to them. I will send my list to you guys. Do what you wish with it. I think that might be a good start, along with then you guys working with the people listed. Is that fair? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, alders are always free to send, suggestions to.
Just that we were giving guidance, but not right this second. And it gives some freedom to put flexibility in yourself, knowing your interactions and history and everything with the city. So, just my last comment for the night on this. Alder Presley, I do understand your frustration, and I understand frustration of many with the housing thing. The reality is, though, a healthy city, we talk all the time about having diversity. Diversity is everything. It's diversity in businesses, job options, different housing, different people, different everything. Truly, a mix is what makes a city thrive. A lot of things cannot survive without the other. Short-term rentals are a small portion, but I know when I'm at home, I'm just getting through my daily schedule. I'm barely going out to eat. But when I'm on vacation, I'm spending more money. I'm going to see attractions. So we can't say just because you live here, you spend money here. And how many people live here but work outside of the city or vice versa? Again, there's no clear picture as to who contributes to this community the most. That's why diversity of who comes here and who is here, works here, lives, visits, is what will make Green Bay continue to thrive. Housing has gone up here for many reasons. 20 years ago, Green Bay looked nothing like this. I brought this up last meeting. Look at the results of Titletown. But as a council, what do we encourage? Development. Development, you guys, sometimes has consequences on market prices and values. It does. It's a new building, it's assessed higher, and it affects every building around it. That's the reality. When you fix up a home, same thing. You put on a new roof, which you need, brings up the value of your home. Every move anybody makes has a domino effect. So I want to make sure that we are concentrating on nuisance and keep doing what we're doing as a council. But I'm grateful for every little piece that brings something to our community, and it's not one thing or another. It's all of it. Thank you.
Alder Johnson.
Yeah. Mayor, I was trying to limit back and forth, but I just wanted to provide a little bit of clarity. So, I think the best policy is when you co-create it and when everybody, has a voice in that process. And that's why I'm asking for this to be referred back to staff to engage with the stakeholders, because I think it's pretty clear that some of the folks from the Short-Term Rental Alliance didn't feel like they were part of that process. So I want to be able to give staff, to Director Rainier-Wig, to your point, I think what we have there is probably an incredible start to what would very well be the final product. It just maybe with some revisions, but giving some space for people to actually work with you to give some input around, some constructive feedback to tighten it up a bit. I want to maybe address the point about why the reject piece. To me, it's a statement and acknowledge, when you're in a legislative cycle, you can only take up a certain issue once. To me, the intent is really to say that at least for this legislative cycle, those two provisions, my gut's telling me there's not enough support. I don't want to say that, with authority, but so my hope was by at least saying we reject that, that it gives these folks some peace of mind, recognizing that the next legislative cycle can be totally different and a whole new policy could be introduced. So, and the one thing I just kind of wanted to allude to as well, Alder Presley, like for me, at least personally, like I do support regulation. I just don't support the regulations that have been proposed here because we're reacting to what's available to us, not necessarily because it's the best tool. So I really do hope, and this is why I'm going to support the resolution to the state, because if the state gave us more flexibility, I would love for us to be able to talk about a cap on the number of permits, to be able to have a little bit more surgical precision with where they're located, to really address maybe even the types of units that could be converted. But unfortunately, we don't have that available to us. I wish we did. And I hope that, to Representative Spouty's point, that if the winds are changing, maybe the policy will too, and give us a little bit more local authority over how we govern our communities. So,
thanks, Alder. Alder Prophet.
Just super brief. It's been another long one, and appreciate everyone's testimony and all the alders' feedback on everything. My one thing I just really, really, really want to stress, because we've gone through a lot of these, gone through the comp plan, we've gone through a lot of zoning changes where we held things. We had the alley closure again, which I know there's been multiple staff time on that too. This is going to be staff time again. So I really just hope, I think alluding to what Alder Hutchinson was trying to say earlier, that we don't refer this back to staff with this laundry list of things, have them give us clear precision, and then anyone on this body or any additional feedback throws it for a wrench again, and here we are kicking the can again. So I would just really hope those that have strong feelings on what was talked about tonight, and I hope that we can find a mechanism amongst staff and the rest of the body to communicate, okay, this alder said this alder said this, so that we're not in a vacuum, each one of the 12 on this body, and having to rehash with, I think if we'd watched the video back, there's been at least 90 minutes just of our discussion on this without any of the public comments. So I would just really hope and encourage everyone that takes the opportunity to talk to staff, talk to the SDR Alliance, talk to the Equal Rights Commission members, talk amongst each other, so that we're all on the same page and we don't have to hold this again or make more changes and have 2 hours again hashing things out again. That's all I have.
Thanks, Alder Eck.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm looking at the red line version, which I know we've made some adjustments to it. On page 3, it's was 12, says 13, but I think it's going back to 12. The violation section, I really see this as we're really focusing on the violation section. Am I correct in assuming that, Alder Johnson? Not everything, but the violations, because we're discussing kind of the whole, instead of the 3 strikes rule, we're looking at this. We're taking out the restrictions of the 180-day maximum and the 6-night, 7-day restriction. You've said that in your amendment. And then the specific really is the violations, which is what would be part of that.
I feel like the motion paints a broad brush to give staff the latitude to synthesize feedback from all of our stakeholders and bring back the best recommendation.
Well, I do understand where Director Rainier Wig is saying to get a little more, I'd say narrow down. So that's that. I feel it when I'm approving this, I'm saying it's like, let's look at that particular paragraph. So that's what I look at it as. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Any other comments on Alder Johnson's amendment? Alder Presley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm still not going to support the amendment specifically because of the negation of those 2 items. I have to vote for what my constituents want, and I think that's something that I've heard broad approval for. But I'm also not going to die on this hill, so I'm not going to vote for it, but I'm also not going to scream and shout, and I'm not going to pout when I talk to Alder Johnson later. But I do, if this goes forward, which I think it will, with the referral to staff, I have I wrote a 24-page report, so throw that into the mix while you're considering this. Maybe the reason that I'm so frustrated is because I've been working on this for a year, and I know that the STR Alliance that I created says that they weren't included, but somebody has been sending me emails for 12 months, and I don't know who, I guess. So, yeah, it's fine. Bring some poor people into the conversation, though, please. I'm not going to vote for it, but I'm not going to cry.
Thanks, Alder. Any other comments on the amendment? Alder Ridderbush?
I'm going to support the motion due to the fact that I represent the majority of the short-term rental properties in the city of Green Bay, but I also represent the citizens of Green Bay. And that's why I feel bringing people together are going to bring ideas, good ideas, and make a stronger alliance of city government and the alliance that Joey did for him, Alder Presley. So let's move forward with the motion and let's get together with the alliance. Everybody put everybody together and let's get a good product out of this.
Thanks, Alder. Anything else? All right, the vote's on Alder Johnson's motion. All in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. I think we need to adopt Alder Grant's amendment.
Which is not my amendment.
Yeah.
So I got the amendment.
Motion made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Galvin. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. Alder Johnson makes a motion to adopt as amended, seconded by Alder Galvin. Discussion here. Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that has been referred to staff. We are now on to Park Committee. Motion to approve made by Alder Prophet. Seconded by Alder Stevens. Any items here to be handled separately? Seeing none, All in favor will say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that report has been approved. Thanks to all the citizens for attending and for all the great testimony. Really appreciate it. Report of the Sustainability Commission. Motion to approve made by Alder Presley, seconded by Alder Profit. Any items here to be handled separately? Hearing none, all in favor will say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That report has been approved. Resolutions. Motion to suspend the rules to take up these items with one roll call vote made by Alder Profit and seconded by Alder Stevens. All in favor will say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The rules are suspended. Motion to adopt made by Alder Profit, seconded by Alder Stevens, and we will use the board.
You may vote. You may vote.
Those are adopted unanimously. And on to ordinances first reading. All right, motion to suspend the rules and take up these items with one roll call vote, with the exception of 1, 5, and 6. All that was made by Profit. Is there a second? Seconded by Hutchison. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The rules are suspended. Motion to advance made by Alder Profit, seconded by Alder Johnson, and that's on 2, 3, 4, 7, 8. All in favor will say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Those ordinances are advanced to a second and final reading. Now on to 1. Motion to hold made by Alder Presley, seconded by Alder Profit, and that's till the December 16th meeting. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That item's been held. Item 7. Oh, sorry. Item 5. Motion has been made to refer to staff by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Stevens. All in favor will say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That item has been referred. Item 6. Motion to approve made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Stevens. Discussion on that?
This is General Ordinance number 3525, relates to the smaller plots that can be sold in the city, and it regards the landscaping requirements. And I guess staff should really mention what this regards, so we know what we're voting for. And you asked me to do it, so you should add it.
Mr. Buck.
This is not my MO. So we brought forward actually 10 big substantial changes. The last council, only 9 made it onto the agenda. So it was a clerical error. This one didn't make it on, so we have it on for the first reading, but to be consistent with the other 4 that are being approved tonight, or that were approved tonight, we're hoping that this could be advanced to the final reading. What it really does in our mixed-use districts, downtown, OR, NC, for multifamily of 5 or more units, in just those mixed-use districts, it would reduce that buffer yard setback that we require to either be 20 feet or 25 feet down to 8. And there's some reasons for that. The 8 feet is what will support vegetation. Still a buffer is required. You have to have fencing, you have to have solid screening. But in the mixed use areas, people are much more used to being near commercial properties or busy streets or whatnot. So it would reduce that 25 or 20 foot setback, buffer setback, down to 8. Making the lot developable. I mean, some of these lots are 60 feet wide. You put a 20-foot buffer on both sides, it's not developable any longer. So that's the reason for this, but I do apologize that it didn't follow all the rest of them through, but there was really minor change on this. And again, it was only for those 3 mixed-use districts, like a downtown district.
Got it.
Thank you.
Is there a motion, or Alder Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Buck. I appreciate that you were looking at me as though I was going to be the one to object.
Just focus that way.
I actually wanted to inquire why we're not reducing them even more. And let me be specific. I mean, we have, setback requirements for building that are less than the landscaping buffers. Can you help me understand why the landscaping buffers are larger than the yard or the lot line setbacks?
Sure. Those buffers, the landscaping buffer is going to supersede the regular zoning district buffer, like the 0 setback in a downtown. This buffer would beef it up, and that's when you have multi next to a different residential type of use. So it's not from commercial to commercial. There's no setback there, but we have special setbacks for all kinds of things. Parking there's a 5-foot setback.
But if we have like an OR next to an R1, right? And that OR has, I'm trying to recall the change we made. Is that 5 feet?
Regular setback would be 5 feet. Yep.
At 5 feet. And if I'm reading this correctly, now
this would increase it to 8.
Okay, right. So you're actually, again, I go back to my inquiry, which is why can't the landscape buffer actually equal what the zoning setback requirement is?
We could have it at 5. I mean, 8 is what was recommended for healthy tree growth and the inclusion of a fence, a solid screen. Our code requires 90% solid screen and vegetation. So if you start reducing it down to 5 feet, 4 feet, there's not enough growth area there, and everything you put in is going to just constantly die.
So I guess in what scenario would landscape buffers be required? Is that
sure? Let's say you have a 6-unit building going up next to a single-family home. You'd have to put a 20-foot buffer on that lot, vegetation and a fence. With the changes, you would have to put an 8-foot buffer with vegetation and a fence.
But if you have a 5-foot, again, setback requirement,
but that 5-foot, this would supersede that. You would have an 8-foot, or currently you'd have a 20-foot.
Which again is why I'm sort of inquiring why the landscape buffers why they're not the same, right, as the setback.
Because they go with uses. It's when you're adjacent to a residential use, when you're going to have a potential impact due to noise, due to odor, due to lights, due to garbage that sometimes go with the parking lot. Again, these are some can be very commercial used or multifamily use. When you're adjacent to another one, it's a protection for that other less intensive use from the more intensive use.
And a landscape buffer is not necessarily automatic. Is that required within a CUP typically?
Well, the CUP, you can't waive the code requirements, so it would still be required with the CUP. It could be increased with the CUP. You could say, I want a 10-foot buffer.
But is the landscape buffer automatic?
Yes.
Okay.
And it has been. So you don't notice a lot of it like a mixed-use building next to a mixed-use building, like a Broadway building or Washington Street building. There would be no buffer. They're 2 mixed-use buildings. But if you're adjacent, let's use the Taylor Street example. When you're the laundromat adjacent to the homes, there's a buffer required there. So the people say there's going to be noise. The code is built in to protect them from that. And feel free to call us. We will tell you that, any of that information. But when it's mixed use to mixed use or commercial to commercial, you don't have that. So only when it's exclusively residential.
So in your professional opinion, is there any advantages to reducing the setback numbers any further?
Well, I mean, you could remove them altogether, but if you want that vegetative buffer, you're going to need,
Yeah, and I don't mind it, but even like the one example, 25 feet is awfully wide, especially when we just passed 50-foot. No, we didn't pass 60-foot wide lots, right?
25 feet's really for large lot development. So like multifamily campuses or large commercial entities. So
there's a minimum of 6 feet.
Barn plugging.
Okay. Well, this will go through second reading, so maybe we'll continue to probe this afterwards. And
well, we were
are you looking to do it
for
first and final? Well, we can always come back and change it if we really want to. Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Alder. Is there someone who'd like to make that?
I think there was a motion to
first and final. Alder Hutchison makes a motion to suspend the rules and adopt this on a first and final reading. seconded by Alder Stevens. All in favor will say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The rules are suspended. Motion to adopt made by Alder Presley and seconded by Alder Prophet. And we will use the board.
You may vote. Alder Johnson
Aye.
and Alder DeLee.
Aye.
Still there. All right, that's adopted unanimously. All right, petitions and communications and adjournment. What's that? Alder
And communication, can I just refer to staff to do,
no.
clean up the
This
noise
is-
ordinance?
No, this is confusing. This is only, well, I don't know, clerk, if you want to speak to this.
So we had a little while ago amended the petitions and communications policy so that in order for an agenda to be noticed properly, a petition and communication would have to be received in my office by Wednesday afternoon. So there's no late petitions and communications. So you can submit the petition and communication like you normally do by just filling out that form, and I'll get it and the mayor will get it and we'll handle it from there.
Motion to adjourn made by Alder Prophet. Second. Second by Alder Johnson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We're adjourned. Thanks, everybody.
Recording stopped.
That's what, yeah, that's what It happens. Yes. I'm sorry.